forgot the thing for the new gacha. Oh, what the? Why can I hear myself? Hang on. Oh, my stream opened up. Yeah. So it's gonna be exclamation point. Adopt to use your currency for the new gacha. Fuck, is it not working? Hang on. Hold your horses. Closing stream bot. Don't do anything. Don't hold them horses. Hold them. Hold them. There will be no refunds. All right. Try again. Should be good now. I want to do things. You can do things. See, there we go. It worked. The first new slime is KC. AC Mac. Fellow streamer. Are we supposed to hear it? Fuck. Yes, we're supposed to hear it. You're supposed to hear it. I hate this. I hate this. I hate everything. It was a car engine noise. It was a car engine noise. Vroom, 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 vroom. Oh, and that's an Adora slime. It went boom, 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 boom. Where is? I gotta fix this. My audio is all over the place. What is it called? Slime audio. Is it? This is it. All right. I believe now. Now there should be sound. I like these noises too. Can you record them and add them instead? I could.
I like turtles.
I like turtles. Okay, you guys heard that one. Thank you for the bit. Make them Easter egg sounds? I could do that. Just put them in a folder. Put 9 copies of the one regular sound in there, and then 1 copy of my own sound. And just random. 1 in 10 chance.
Wow.
Wow. But yes, we are here. It is finally time. Time I've been waiting for so long. New Canto.
And goat.
Ooh, chalice.
Here, old arch enemy goat.
How are you all today? Probably not as excited as I am, but that's fine. I'm gonna be talking for the next several hours. My 7th chalice, 7 whole chalices. Ooh, free 10 pull. I'll take it. I was going to have today's special gacha be the Limbus one, but since I got these
is a little Discord kitten.
The very first Uchao slime. Why is he there for so long? Uchao, go away. Alright, I need to fix that. The first Uchao slime. Oh, there it is. Great. Go ahead and fix that right now. Wow, I can't believe Uchao, just like Chalice. Just like Chalice. Oh, I see. Yeah, he's got horns and he's grayscale. That's our Uchao. I fixed the Uchao thing. Oh no, I never put in Sanbei. He never put in the audio. I'll have to do that later. So for now, Zanmei, if anyone gets you, it's gonna be Chow Garden's music for today. I'm sorry, it's because I did everything else like way before he responded to me, so I was like, all right, cool, this is perfect. I just hadn't gotten around to it. Hi, Mika. I'll have to do it later. The art in this game is nice. It is fantastic. I love it. Everything about this game is nice. gets my slime. You have to make up the music. Oh. What is the music? Kind of like remember off the top of my head.
And goat. Goat is here. Old
Hang on.
arch enemy goat of Barbies. Bah.
Oh, that's right. That's right. All right. The surrendered witnessing. I feel like I'm such a weird word to me. Like I don't believe it's a real surrendered witnessing. Oh shoot. Yeah. Let us go bleed. Let us go bleed. I forgot. But yeah, I already battle pass 31 blade. I did a couple mirror dungeons this morning. I'll take Don Quixote.
자, 해골바가지랑 거미 대가리 후드려 패러 간다.
Priest of La Mancha Land.
나를 불렀나?
Yeah. That looks good.
내가
드디어 내 명령이라면
따라가겠어요.
네.
따라가겠어요.
퀘스트 확인했어요.
Yeah. I'll give a recommended level. Recommended level doesn't matter if I just don't die, right? So at work we had a repairman come fix this thing I broke. Oh, the thing I thought you broke. In the shrink wrap machine, and then when I turned it back on, it kept tripping a breaker. Ooh. I have a problem with shrink wrap. We don't have it. We don't never. Giggles, that's so funny. We just don't have it. Hide, and they hide it. They hide the shrink wrap. There's never any shrink wrap anywhere. Oh wait, that's right. You probably can't even hear the game, huh? Oh, now you guys can hear the game. What was that? How was your check-in? You don't know? You didn't know? How was your check-in? And you can look at it again if you use the redeem skill check. But you said Dougals. Yeah, it said Mega Dougals redeem clock-in. Anyways. So yeah, they had to fix so much on it and actually wire it. The guy was so mad that he left to get one part. They needed to get like 5 other parts. Oh, yeah. And then they'll fix it 5 times and it still won't work. Alright, drink some water. Story time. Flowers wilt, petals fall. The drizzle of blossoms, sky blotting.
빛깔 잃고 향기 멎은데
Colors fade,
그 누가
fragrance dies.
슬퍼하나.
Who shall mourn their passing?
꽃 갈퀴 손에 들고
To the garden I
뜰을
go, in
나섰건만
hand, flower rake.
떨어진 꽃잎 밟을까
Only to pace, thus
서성거리네.
crush the scattered blossoms I make.
그러니까 결국 이 풍진
Thus, in
세상
this troubled world, I breathe.
눈을 감지 않는다면
You shut my eyes. Is that Korean? It is Korean, Mika.
벗어날
This is a
거리가
Korean
없겠지.
game. He's my sole pride.
보가
Oh,
얼마나
is it-
고단하고
wait, is this Hongdu's
여의찬
grandmother?
여전이었느냐.
Wasn't expecting her to see her right away. It'll buy you. You must have walked and toiled tirelessly on your journey home.
험난하진 않았어요.
I wouldn't say I suffered
하루하루가
much,
매일
grandmother.
신기하고
My days were always
새로운
filled of new
나날이었으니까요.
and interesting things to see.
대체 뭐라고 이야기를 나누고 있는
What are they talking
거예요?
about over there?
식탁이 너무
They're sitting so
넓어서
far
말소리도 잘
apart that I
들리질
can hardly hear
않고.
them. I mean, is this even the dining table?
이거 식탁이라고
Can't even see who's sitting on at the other end from here.
여기서부터 저
불편하신 점이라도 있으신가요?
Is there anything bothering you, dear guest? This humble servant can help with any. Oh no, the slime mimic. Thank for the follow. On the yeah. Is there anything bothering you, dear guest? Is there something someone can help with any?
편?
Oh, there's something bothering me, alright? We're in the middle of a meal. Can you please stop? No, nope, not at all. That's not bothering us at all. Everything is good.
그럼 보호가
I had to watch the live VOD. You said Dougal, that's so funny. I'm like, what am I missing? That's what? I'm confused. Is that not your name? Now, bye you, my boy. When will you introduce me to your new friends? Is that his mom? Someone else.
아니, 나 참 남의
Oh
부모님만
boy,
만났을 때
I never know how to act in
되어야지.
front of others' parents.
영
Where should I look?
어색해가지고.
Is this an appropriate size for a
시선
polite smile?
어디로 둬야지?
Hope I don't come off too
이 정도로 웃으면
smarmy?
되나? 아니 너무 경.
아, 그럴 필요까지는 없어요. 내 집이다 여기시고 편하게
It's not enough fuss
있으세요.
over. Think of this as your own place and enjoy your time here.
아싸, 땡큐.
Thank you. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I am having a wonderful day. It's gonna be so much better once I get. Now I get to finally play this game. Been waiting 24 hours for it. Well, months really. When I did the check and you said my name, I didn't hear you, and I said what, and you didn't know what I was talking about, so I had to go find a clip for it. What?
라고 하기엔 집이 넓어도 너무 넓어서 편할 수가 없는데
What have I
말이지.
said?
이러다가
Duplexes you
물
20
한잔
times?
마시러 가다가
Don't do
미아가
that.
되어버리겠어.
I am wish. Oh, by the way, I calmed more stuff today. So I have more commissions in the works to further enhance the stream. I'm gonna go commit violence. You know when Zell gets here. Ooh, Goblet Slime! The first Goblet Slime. I had the maintenance timer up while I was streaming yesterday. That way I could hop on right away and try extracting Advanced ID. Nice. I knew when it was gonna be up, but I had to wait because it was bedtime. Dude, this place is so huge I can hardly relax. I'm worried I might get lost going out for a cup of water.
아, 그건 걱정
Ah,
마세요.
don't you worry. We have stray people shelters located all around the house for that. Our servants visit them once a month to collect anyone who's unfortunately gotten lost. If they're still alive, that Jesus Christ, what the fuck?
아, 물론 그때까지 살아계신다면 말이죠.
How big is this place? Oh, I forgot this the residencies here have like infinite space depending on how wealthy you are, so that makes sense. That makes sense. Hong Lu, it has to be the funniest joke you've ever told.
아, 웃기려고
I
한
wasn't
말은
joking,
아니지만
but I'm glad you enjoyed it
되게
anyway.
재밌으셨다.
그런데 홍묵은
I must ask
다른
Hong Lu,
형제들은 어디에
for I
있는가?
spy no other sibling of yours
그대의
here.
환영식이라고
This is
들었는데
quite odd,
말이야.
for I had thought this to be a welcoming party for your return.
내 환영식이기도 하거든.
Hey, it's my welcoming party too.
그리고
Hey,
얼굴만
what makes you think we'd ever
인상
want to
구겨지는
see
놈들이
their stupid
보아서
faces?
뭐래?
Just to get mad?
같은 식탁에 앉아본 것만
It's been like
해도
10 whole years since we even shared a
거진
meal
10년
together.
전이야. 그리고
Oh, and
말 걸지
don't
마.
even think about trying to chat me up.
아까
Did you
내가
already forget what I said
말했었어?
earlier? There's nothing between us
난
anymore.
이제
We're
너희들과는
enemies.
완전히 등.
Oh, thank you,
우리가
Limbus
먼저
Company.
말을 걸었나?
Did we initiate the conversation though? Nope.
저는 우리 포기가
Oh, I'm simply so glad that my son, by you,
이렇게 제 몫을
has
하는
returned as a man who can
상대가
now
영웅한 모습으로
more than
돌아오니
carry his own weight, and unharmed
그것만으로도
too.
더 이상 그러니
Oh
포가
dear, Bayou. Sure what this face is trying to convey.
재촉할 생각은 없지만
I don't mean to rush, but
다음
when are you planning to depart again?
아직 정해진
Wow.
건 없어요, 어머니.
Nothing has been decided yet, Mother. Does Mom not want him here either?
나-
I see.
나는 그저
I'm simply concerned
이곳에
that
계속
for
머물러
your stay here to be
있다가는
prolonged,
네
perhaps you
소임을
might
다하지
fade
못하고
before your duties are
잠을까봐
completed.
염려스럽단다.
Fade.
가모님도
Do
그렇게
you not
생각하지
also agree,
않으십니까?
Venerable Jiamu?
그래.
Indeed.
우리의 둘도
Here
없는
by you, our
진귀한
peerless
보물.
treasure. Tarry not
이
over long in
속세에
this mundane
남아있지
world.
말고
Leave when
때가
the time
되면
is right
다시 떠나
and
그
fulfill your
가치를
worth.
다하거라.
Not sure if they're trying to be nice or mean.
그럴게요. 할머니,
Okay, grandmother,
어머니.
mother. Throughout the entire familial discussion, Hong Lu's expression remained the same, in that tranquil, perpetual smile. Despite his return after years of wandering being met with the family's obvious push to make him leave as soon as possible, he stands unaffected, as though he were expecting this gaudy yet hollow welcome. His attitude being so passive, I had no choice but to watch as a bystander. A few hours ago. Nobody wants to play with us. What?
이제 곧 가마가 오겠군요.
I forget she's still alive. Every time I see her, she just surprises me. Palanquin will be here soon.
가마.
The Palanquin. Whoa, so
여기는
cool.
무슨 가마를
That
타고
sure sounds
다니나
like a
보네.
fancy ride.
그치 그래.
Isn't that just Super Greg? Oh
그래,
yeah, Sod.
소시.
Are we
네가
getting a
그
Palanquin or
가마라는
whatever it's
것을
called to
타고
give
그런
us a
거지?
ride all the
그렇지?
way to the mansion? Oh, okay, we went back in time a little bit. The usual comedy pair's desperate efforts to lighten the mood are particularly appreciated today, as tragically ineffective as they seem to be.
네, 여러분들과
Yes,
같이
the
치는
LCB and
H사의
GSC
주요
soon will be
가문의 일원이
heading to...
거주하는 대관원으로 가시게 될 거예요.
That's new. Grandview Garden. Oh, Lulu LCB, thank you for the follow. LCB. Grandview Garden, where one of the most prominent families of H Court reside. They sent a whole palanquin to pick us up. Huh. Honglu's family already know that he was participating in the family hierarchy war?
아니요. 그쪽에서는
I should change that
아직
name soon to
모르는
Lulu
사항일 겁니다.
Pequod.
회사도 정보 유출을 막기 위해 방금 저희에게 이 사항을 전달했을 테니까요.
A new Lulu identity. Quad count. LCB is good too, though. No, it's unlucky that they are aware. After all, it can be assumed that the most likely reason that the company waited until the last minute to relay us this order was to minimize the chance of information leakage.
그저 귀향한 홍루 씨와
Therefore, it would
가시춘
be
씨를
correct to presume that the
한국에
Palanquin
보내고
is here
싶다죠.
merely as a gesture of welcome for Honglu Yeshishun's return.
그런 만큼 가마를 타고 갈 수 있는
Which
건
means that
초대를
only the
받은
invited
여기
Honglu,
홍루 씨와 가시춘
Yeshishun,
씨
and their factions can ride the
그들을
Palanquin
따르는 세력들뿐.
to, what was it, the Grand Garden? Dangguanyan?
LCCB 팀과 베르길리오스 씨.
Unfortunately, this means that LCCB, Virgilus, and Sharon won't be able to join you on this journey. No, Virgil!
아쉽네요. 같이 갔으면 좋았을 텐데요.
Also, the CID are okay. Virgin has the best kit. I haven't been able to look at them yet. I usually just wait until I can shard them, so I'll be sharding them next week. While Greg relies on Chris to do his job. Oh, okay. So, I guess if you were to run them in Mirror Dungeons, you could run the 4 of them plus Think or so. Just do like Rapture / Poise. Managed to get Rhodians. Nice, nice. I need to save my lunacy. Forgot what happened. Yeah. I usually save my lunacy for the Warpurgis nights, but then Ryoshu finally got something new, and I blew all my lunacy on her, and I didn't even get it. I had to do the Yiseng pity. Got like 5 Ricardos in the process. S2 and S3 is count neutral. Classical guard is automatically count neutral. I forgot we have a classical guard now. That's too bad. It would have been nice if we could all go there together.
항상 이런 식이지.
As petty as I expected from the seniors of our family. But to kill them to house a handful more people in a humongous park of a house Sound like they noticed the difference.
어머나.
SP overall, right?
감동인걸요? 가시친 씨도 저희와
Oh my, how touching. Looks like Miss Jia Shishun thinks she'll miss us too.
방금 전에 시원하게
What a thing to say to my
뒤통수를
face after that
후려치는
shameless backstabbing.
말하는 꼬락서. 애초에
I mean, do any
가주대전에
of you even comprehend what it
참가한다는 게
means to participate in the family
무슨
hierarchy
뜻인지
war?
다 알고 우리가 가주
Do you
심사라는
even understand why we call it a war when the official name for it is an evaluation? You're risking your lives by getting involved in this. Once you get in there, you'll be stalked at every turn by people looking to kill you,
당연히
including me.
나를 포함해서.
No, don't kill us.
객잔의 일을 벌써 잊었어?
Remember how Wei saved your life back at the
그때는
frozen,
웨이가 네 목숨줄을
Why did I say
지켜줬지만
back at
이젠
the fake Python?
밤중에
Now
직접
imagine the same
목숨줄을
scenario,
끊는
except this
암자를
time
찾아갈 수
it could be
있다는
Wei
거야.
who's there to kill you.
미리 유감이라는 말씀을
I
드리는
must say
편이
ahead
좋겠습니다.
of time that it is a truly regrettable turn of events.
칼
I do not wish to
끝을
have to fight any of you, but they look at us with an unfamiliar and cold, intense glare. Well, we feel very much the same way, so looks like we're on the same page there.
마음이
반대로 말해서 너희도
Means
언제든지
that I'm also fair game.
나를 찌를 수
You could
있다는
stab me in the back
뜻이거든.
again, literally this time.
아니요.
No, never.
그럴
I
생각은
would even dream
절대-
of doing something like. Yeshishun ignored Sinclair's anxious pleas and looked straight toward Honglu.
마음을 바꿀
This may be the last chance to change your mind, brother.
오빠. 나는
I didn't invite you to join my faction with a light
내
heart.
세력에 들어오라고 제안 하물며 가주대전은
Besides,
그렇게
family
쉽게
hierarchy
한단
war
말을 결정할 수
isn't
있는
something you could
문제는
just flippantly decide that you want to participate.
네가 그렇게 살아왔듯이
I know the life you've lived,
지춘,
Yichun.
나 역시도 어렸을
I also grew up
때부터
hearing those countless
가주대전에
tales about the
대한
family
이야기를
hierarchy war.
수도 없이
Just as you
들으면서
did.
살아왔잖니. 그러니
So the weight
우리가
we're feeling
느끼고
must be
있는
the same,
무게감은
그래
right?
열이게나
This is where our
이어져왔던
tenuous alliance
협력관계는
really ends.
뭐 상관없어.
Well, not like I care. It did drag on a little too long for a temporary alliance forged out of
너무 오랫된
convenience.
편이긴 했지. 원래대로
We're just going back to how things used to be. That's all.
그럼
And that's fine by
태평이
me.
말이나 섞는 건
I think that's enough chit chat with you
여기까지
then.
하도록 하자.
네가 원한다면
Okay. That's what you want.
아,
Oh,
시춘.
Yichun.
뭐
What?
가문의 사람들에게는
Please don't tell the family that
내가
I'll be participating,
참가한다는
will you?
이야기를 하지 말아줄 수 있겠니? 당분간은
I was told to keep
비밀로
this a
두는
secret for
편이
now.
좋다고 해서 말이야.
이제 와서 그런
That's
부탁을
one reason I
한다고
should do you that favor now.
내가 그걸
Someone who supposedly doesn't care. Yichun appeared rather hurt as she took a moment to glare at Honglu, biting her lower lip. Then suddenly strode right up to him.
이게
Is this even your
정말
call,
오빠의
brother?
선택은 맞아? 아니면
Or are you just following their
그냥
orders?
저쪽이 시켜서 하는 것뿐이야?
Hi, Kaiser. Yeshishun gestured toward the rest of us with her chin.
내가 가주대전에
My participation in the
참가하는 건
family
이미
hierarchy war is
정해진
already
일이기
decided.
때문에
You're still
그걸
curious to know why,
궁금해하면
then.
시춘 너는 내 선택이라는 것에
Hey, I know that, Ma.
중요한 의미가 있다고 생각하는 거야?
Like the emote. Yichun, you believe that my choices carry any significant meaning?
아,
Oh,
또 그렇게
I see what's up.
나왔다는 거지.
This crap again.
가주대전이
So
어떤
you already know
의미인지
what
알면서
participating in the war means, but
내가
you
왜
just
그런 걸
have no
물어봤는지
idea why I'd
모르겠다고?
ever ask you something like that, huh?
대답은 됐어?
Fine. Looks like I don't even need to hear your reply. There's no point in trying with you anymore.
그런 얄팍하고
I love them
허튼
off and
마음으로
big fan. Nice.
어디까지 살아남을지 보는 것도 재밌겠다.
I should probably make them off into a slime at some point. Like, we have I put in HR and Adora today, as well as many others. At least I'll have fun watching how far you get with that shallow, meaningless attitude of yours. Hey, wait. Yechishun appeared pretty distressed after that exchange. I was just about to say something when Pilot, who had been fiddling with the radio behind Sod, began shouting urgently.
과장님, 곧 가마한 대가 도착한답니다.
Oh, Manager Sod, the Palanquin's been seen coming this way.
어제를 생각하면
That shit a bit
오늘은
today.
푹 쉬면서 가고
Yesterday was too
싶다고.
tough.
그럼
Thought it
빨리
over so we could at least relax on the way there. Oh, it's only been one day since the Weepers.
아니, 지금 온 건 우리가 먼저 탈게.
Nope, we're taking this one.
어차피 안
You never think
보여지는
twice
건
about giving up things to
도박
others
했을 거
anyway,
아니야.
do you, brother?
오빠.
Huh? What the heck do you mean? Come on, let's do this fair and square with like
그 있잖아.
rock, paper, and scissors. Wow,
차라리
sure.
가주대전도
Why not decide the next hierarchy with a game of rock,
결정하자고
paper,
하지,
scissors too? How's that? Kishishun gave us a wry grin before leaving. Wei followed her wordlessly.
아이고.
Boy, I thought we were finally making some friends out here.
저기 있다. 가마를 기다리고 있는 걸 보니
Look, over there. There's a group waiting for a palanquin. One of them must be the candidate the client told us about. Yay, we're being ganked.
몰려오는
Everyone, there's a group of hostile-looking people coming our way.
후보를 노리고 습격을 지시한 자가 사이와
We who won is
아니었을
unlikely to be the only one who's going after the other candidates. Executive manager, best take care of them before the next palanquin
잡절들을 처리하는
arrives.
편
Yeah, what can we do, right? Yay, fighting. I think I've seen y'all in HR and Adora streams and maybe Radia. I love them all, but I spend most of my time listening to screaming them off.
늦으면 메피랑 먼저 갈 거야.
Only ever really lurked in HR and Adora streams. It's usually Chalice that's in there. And Chalice, I think Chalice rated into Radio the other day.
점 찍었네.
기대돼.
HR followed me earlier today.
효율적인 대처로 대치를 해결했습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 달린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는
Okay, well, right.
합당한 이유가 있겠지.
죄인인가?
기대하고 있겠습니다. 딴테.
Gamer subs. Game looks cool. Yep. I recommend. This is a gacha game, but I do recommend it to everyone. It's mobile. Then I of course also recommend Library of Ruina, which is an actual game. By actual game I mean it's like not a mobile game. It is a prequel to this one.
승리를 이끌
물론
떨거지
좋은
잘라낸다.
성과를 갖고 돌아온
너가 쏘라.
주관자가 되어도 훌륭하긴 하군.
And the story and everything
적에게
is
치명상을 입혔고 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 좀
저수가
제가 늘 말씀드렸죠.
기억해두겠어.
저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
we finally got a new story update
만한 일이 생겼을 때
last night. For the next week. Today and the next 2 weeks after I'll be doing this on Thursdays.
다들 재료 손질이 빨라지지 않았어?
승리를 이끌
좋은 재료 덕에 신이 난 것 아니겠소?
갑니다. 40. 먹지.
Wait, Ishmael. Wait, someone died? Someone died? I didn't even notice.
먹였어.
That's fine.
해골바가지 거미 대가리.
He needs to be alive anyway.
일성공룡
한국 평균 꽤 뚫려라.
Impulse.
부러질 필요 없진 않아.
We're gonna check in. Block.
용서할 테니
유언을 같이
벌써 재료를 저기까지 손질해둔 것이오?
Ooh! First. You're the first one to get that one. Wait, no one died. I just had 7 units. What the fuck? I was completely thrown off. I think I would have 7. This is new.
한쪽 평균
Robots on a climb. Woo, yes. The very first.
그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이.
더 이상 식별되는 적은 없습니다. 관리자님.
No more signs of enemy reinforcements, executive manager.
그래도
At least there's an end to them this time.
끝도 없이 몰려오진
The guys that attacked
않아서
us when we
다행이네요.
first got here were endless.
오,
There you go, check
그때는
in.
얄팍한 술수에 속아 넘어갔었으니까요.
That's because we walked right into a trap then. Shallow, but still.
그보다
Anyways,
기분이
Yuchun
많이
appeared rather
상하신 듯
pretty hurt by
보였죠.
that, didn't she?
그런데
Honestly
이번
though,
일은
I get why she feels so
시친이가
betrayed.
서운해하면 우리가 들었던 홍루가
Remember all
가지고
those stories about
생각해봐.
Honglu's family we heard?
그 난리통
Imagine you're one of
속에서
their kids,
유일하게
thinking that you
동맹의
finally
여지가
found like
생겼던
a potential
사람인데
ally in your
갑자기
family,
배신이라니.
only for him to pretty much stab you in the back last minute.
그러게요. 괜히 지켜보고
Yeah,
있는
right?
저도
It's really
덤덤
awkward for me
민망해질
too,
뻔했지
even though I
뭐예요.
wasn't exactly involved. Todd chimed in nonchalantly as though it wasn't her who pulled the plug on our alliance at the last second.
아니 근데
Anyways,
명색이 H
where's our
사인데
escort? Can't imagine an H Corps can't afford to send its guards Harlequin.
호위까지 보내줄 만큼 가족애가
If this family loved each other enough to send escorts for their safety, I doubt they'd be holding a cutthroat ceremony like the family hierarchy evaluation.
철저한 약육강식의 세계.
The world where might makes right, when the strong prey on the weak.
가주 후보들조차도
People won't bat an
스스로는
eye,
있을
even if
테지만
one of the dozens of
그들 중
candidates
누구
is found
하나가
dead in some
길바닥에
ditch
죽어
on the
있다
road.
해도
Oh,
실례했어요.
sorry,
혹시?
Honglu. I must have been running my mouth again about thinking about how that sounds.
예전에는 이쯤 말하기 전에
Someone usually stopped me
누가
before it got too
나서서
far.
말려줬는데만
개념치 마세요.
Don't worry,
다 맞는
you didn't say
말이고
anything wrong.
저도 다른 집들은
It took me a
이렇지
while to
않다는
realize
걸
that other families weren't
깨닫기까지
like this, but
조금 오래 있는 그대로의 지금의
there's no reason to be
불쾌함을
upset by the way things
느낄
are.
필요는 없으니까.
Poor Honglu. Look at how many
오랜
nodes we got.
목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는
bell
생각나지 않을
tolled.
거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔.
What's that ominous metallic noise?
타종의 소리인가 보.
Tolling of bells. Bells with the resonance unlike that of any other, firmly marked by their clarity.
무언가
This bell is muddled,
불길한
as if it tolls for ill fortune on the horizon.
아, 이 소리를
Wow,
들으니까
that bell sure
고향에
is a
왔다는
resounding
게 더욱
reminder that I'm home
실감나네요.
again.
이 종소리는
It's a bell
일정
that tolls
시기가
every
되면
once in a
반드시
while.
들려오는
You
소리랍니다.
hear its resonance from anywhere in
홍원에
Hongwan.
어디에 있던가.
제적일이네요.
It's restructuring day. Huh? That's a
제적일이라는
restructuring day already. He trails off, unable to finish her sentence as a brutal scene unfolds behind us. Whoa,
뭐예요?
are you guys seeing this?
건물들이
Buildings are all
사각각으로
starting to
움직이고
shift.
있어요.
So as each one says, buildings all tethered to a complicated network of rails, are either rising from or sinking into the earth.
이 근방에 있는 모든 건물에
Movement has been observed from every building in the
남겨질
vicinity.
것은 없군.
Everything is changing.
어젯밤에 작달막한 소란이
Localized
있긴
shifting of
했으나
structures we had observed
이
yesterday
정도의
were
규모는 아니었네 말.
not as sweeping as this.
밤중에 보셨던 건 제적일의 전조 현상이었을
What you saw
거예요.
last night must have been a premonition of the restructuring day,
알맞은 위치로
nudging
조금
some buildings to
이동했을
the
뿐일걸요?
positions for a smoother overall redistribution of space.
제대로 된 시작은
Now this
지금부터
is the real deal.
그게 전조 현상이었나?
Oh, mess, just a premonition?
지금은 후원보다도 훨씬 전에
Then
H사.
it's a remnant of an old H core
잔재라고 할까요?
that was here long, long
그때부터
before the
지금까지
current
이어져 내려온
Hongwan.
건물이라
This structure has
정확히
been here
어떤
for a while,
무엇을 위한
so we can't
특이점인지는
quite know the
알 수
nature of the
없지만
purpose of its singularity. But at this moment,
지금은
they
한
shift based on
H사의
current
제조기
H core's
기준에
restructuring
맞게 움직이고
standards.
있을 뿐이죠.
모든 것은 하루아침에
The
이루어지는
world's assembly
소리에
shifts overnight.
최선을
Is
다해서
those who toiled and
노력했다면
toiled have not
어려운
feared.
것이 살만하지
It's not joyous to have a place to
않겠는가.
rest your feet tonight.
조금이라도 만약
To
그게
those who
아닌
weren't
자가
availed of
있다면
fortune, this is simply the reality to bear.
그저
Only choice is to retreat in silence, accept your fate as one might.
그 다음 달을
Await the coming month.
기다리면서 이
Ponder how one
모든
might save their skin.
오늘은
How many shall plummet today, and how many shall remain? Hold on not to all things too tight. You may lose sight of when to let go. Feign ignorance when you must take flight.
제조립의 말로는 영원한 추락인.
People are flying! People are flying! Consequence of reassembly for the evicted is an endless plummet.
보고만 있기에는
What a terrible,
괴로운
distressing sight to
감정이구려.
behold. Unable to do aught to help.
이것도
Is this
H사의
another one of H core's
특징인가요?
idiosyncrasies?
다른 둥지에도 부의
I don't know.
척도를 재는 특출난 가치가
Didn't other nests
존재하지
also have their
않던가요?
own measure of one's well?
T사가
H core
시간을
makes use
재워서
of
썼던
time as
것처럼
currency?
맞아요.
Exactly.
이곳 홍원은
H core measures the wealth of
재화가
currencies based on how much
공간의
space a
소유
person
규모인
owns,
단이라는 단위로
measured by a scale
결정된답니다.
they call rooms.
소유한 건물의 면적이 있군.
And S, the measure of one's space is a measure of one's wealth.
네.
Exactly.
그래서 한 달에
So
한
once
번
every month, the worth of every person's labor and the quantity of their income
각자가
are
가지고
measured to
있는
determine how
공간의
much
면적이
space they are
정해집니다.
assigned.
잘 살고 있다가 갑자기
So they can just
내
kick
집에서
me out of my home for
밀려난다는
no
거야?
reason?
아니 뭔
What the?
그땐
What kind of
해결하면
ridiculous
잘
rule is
묻지도
that?
않나?
이곳에서 한 번도 나고 자란 적 없는
Well,
저희야.
I might
그렇게
appear that way to
느끼겠지만
outsiders like us, but
오래전부터
calculations
존재했던
behind
혼의
these
규칙입니다.
redistributions are meticulously
분배의
designed
방식과
and
계산도
have been here
정교하기
for a long
때문에
time.
이곳에
So
사는
it seems to me that
사람들은
everyone
모두
just accepts them as a
자연스럽게
natural part of
받아들이는
their
것
lives.
같더라고요.
그럼 홍루 씨도
Have you seen this
직접
happen
보신 적이
in person
있으세요?
too, Honglu?
이
This
제적일이라는
restructuring day.
보았죠.
I have.
제 방에 있는
Sometimes
난간에서
I'd watch the cityscape from behind the railings of my room.
아주 멀긴
I've
했지만
been far, far away from
분명히
me,
보이곤
but I
했어요.
could see it all very well. His expression remains tranquil, but still, as he calmly reminisces. It was like then, he was merely watching the featureless scenery pass him by.
제가 살았던 대관원은
Nangguanyan, my
제적일에
old
별
home,
관심이 없었어요.
was never too concerned about the
그곳은
restructuring days.
늘어날지언정
We'd get more rooms some
줄어들
days,
일은 없는
but we'd never,
곳이었거든요.
ever shrink.
그래서 저는
So I've never been affected by the
바라만
restructuring
볼
days.
뿐이었죠.
I only ever
제가
witnessed them as they
보는
happened
방에서.
beneath me, high up in my room.
너는
You're fine. I doubt there was anything you could have done, but you just sat on your hands and watched all this shit. He quiff trailed off, but I could see that he was gritting his teeth.
가만대가 더 도착한다고 합니다.
Another palanquin's coming.
당신들을 태울
And everything
경우가 온
right.
것
I think
같네요.
we've tried enough, so let's get you guys
이야기는
going.
그만하고.
This is a palanquin?
네.
Yep.
그래도
Looks like they sent us a
여럿이서
palanquin large enough to
타게 될
comfortably
만큼
sit a
큰
big
가발을
crowd of people
보내주셨네요.
together.
가복 도련님이야.
Young Master Jia Baoyu and his 12 honored guests, is that correct?
13시네요?
It's 13 to be exact. But I thought Sod wasn't invited. Whoa, hold your horses. I was told that young Master Bayu's faction was just 12 people. Upon hearing that, Sod began aggressively striding toward him, causing the palanquin bearer to shrink in fear. Whoa, slow down, lady.
12
We are 12
맞는데요?
people. What's wrong?
설마 당신
I mean, don't tell me
눈에는
this thing looks like a
이게
normal
멀쩡한
contributing
새가
member of a
인원으로
clan to you?
보이시나요?
What? He's throwing Dante under the bus? What? Todd suddenly grabbed my shoulder and presented me before the bearer like I was some product. I mean, pretty unique head this one's got there. Don't think I've seen anything like it around here in Hongguan. But isn't it just a prosthetic? The tip of a clock, I guess? But still.
생각을 좀 해보세요.
I mean, let me ask you something. Can you imagine why anyone in a right mind would stick a clock where their head's gotta go? Even if they were hurting for cash? No way, man. Never. There are way more versatile biomodifications available here in Hongguan than whatever that hack job is. Holy nobody in their right mind would.
제 말이요.
Insulting
대체
Dante
무슨
right in front of his
사연인지는
face.
몰라도
Exactly right. No idea what went down, but this fellow here seems to have fallen on hard times. Too bad we live in a world where such misfortune can befall an honest soul like them. Boy, oh boy. Looks like this one's got scammed. A nasty scam too. Whatever back streets they got that from, must have been a real scoundrel who did it.
더군다나 시간도 안 맞고
And look,
제대로
even the
된
clock is
의식도
on
없어요.
time.
이거
And this
봐요.
poor person
입이
is barely
없어서
conscious.
틱틱이는 소리
Look,
내는
all they
것밖에
can do is make
하지
these
않은
weird
게
ticking noises
없다니까요.
because they don't even have a mouth. Those are pretty darn hurtful things to say. But I decided not to take them at face value. It's pretty obvious what she was trying to do. Somebody tell Sod I'm getting dizzy. Good grief, you weren't kidding. Who could have done something so awful?
다행히도
A real blessing
우리
that
마음씨
young Master Bayu's got such a
도련님이
kind-hearted soul.
다른 동지에서 시계상이 팔고
Simply
있던
could not walk
거
past
참아
the
눈 뜨고 못
timepiece
보겠다 싶어서
emporium
주워온
selling this
거예요.
human being like there's some
홍원에선 다른
toy or a
머리를
tool.
교체하는
They
것쯤은
picked them up to
일도
get their
아닐
heads
거잖아요.
replaced with something proper. Hong Guan's got more than enough research for something like that, right? Oh, well, you're not wrong there. It's really easy to swap out your whole body as long as you've got the cash to burn. What? A new head? For me?
그렇죠?
Right?
그래서
See what I mean?
보옥 도련님의
So that's why I
사랑은
told you that the young Master
저
Bayu
포함 12인
only has
거예요.
12 people in his faction, including yours truly. He's gonna leave Pilot behind.
하지만 저희도
Well, I see your point, but we can't just
곤란하시다는 건
put all of
우리
us forward,
부르는 거
yes?
잘 알고 계시죠?
Our young master fully understands the moral conundrum you find
이렇게
yourself in.
작은
So we'd like to
성의라도
offer you this tiny token of appreciation. God proceeded to produce some bills from our pocket and smoothly slid him into the Palanquin bearer's own. Aw man, aw lady, you really shouldn't do this. I really shouldn't.
그리고
Oh,
아시죠?
and another thing.
이런저런 이야기가
Sure, I don't need
새어나가면
to tell you this,
괜히
but
일이
if the word of
복잡해지잖아요.
this gets out, things might get pretty messy for both of us. That doesn't have to happen, does it? Indubitably, now. I'm doing this purely out of the goodness of my heart, after all. What's a free ride for the downtrodden, eh? Ow. Seems to me the bloke's doing this purely out of interest in the fatness of his wallet.
짜자. 거기서 그만 쑥덕거리고 이제
What's
그만
up, you and a Deathby
올라가시죠.
Nuts? Alright, stop gossiping over there and get on board. Wait. Are we leaving Pilot alone? Yes, exactly. Pilot seemed to have noticed me staring in his direction. He stopped fidgeting with the radio and waved at us. Don't you worry about me. Have a safe trip over there. I've got some stuff to handle on the outside. Ow. You like them. I should probably add some more stuff at some point. This design is more akin to an extravagant limousine than a palanquin.
이 샴페인
Oh look, a bottle of
마셔도
champagne.
되는 거야?
Can I chug this?
무슨
Of course
작전
not.
중 음주는
Drinking while on a mission is...
자,
Okay. A quick clap, Sod promptly put an end to the hubbub the unexpectedly flashy appearance of the palanquin caused. Her demeanor has shifted entirely into that of a calm and collected strategist, a far cry from the person who was chatting up a storm with the bearer just a minute ago.
일 얘기하죠. 일 얘기.
Time to get to work, everyone. Okay. Disruption. Yeah. Actually, I really do have 7 units now.
어떤 조직 놈들인지 면면 좀 받을까?
그리고 그 후엔
Then you'll
잠깐
wait.
밖이 소란스럽고
Something's going on outside. Not long after Sod paused over Otis's remark, the grating speaker whine rang out, followed by the worried voice of the bearer on the other end. We're under attack!
평탄하다 했더니
I thought things were going a little too easy.
아무래도
So surprised that other
방해하고
candidates
싶은
are trying to
후보가
eliminate us just in case.
열어두겠죠?
Why am I not surprised? Fighting time.
재료가 잔뜩
Looks like we're getting to the fights a lot sooner
어디 숨? 저쪽에
this time around.
도구 챙겼으면 달리라옴.
I feel like in the previous Canto, it took a while. There was like a lot of story, and then we could do some fights.
도시가 현란하죠. 건물 만들고 도구 연습만 하는 거죠.
Either that or I'm gonna get into Intervalo.
도구 잘못 챙겨갔대 뭐. 이거 챙겨가시오.
실밥이 터졌나?
비틀거리고 있는 개체가 보입니다. 이전까지 있었던 대부분의 관리자들은
떨거지
이 타이밍에서
잘라낸다.
결정적인 일격을 지시하게 합니다.
꿰뚫려라.
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹였어.
그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는
먹어치워라.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
혈투의 승리로 이끌.
Ambushing stranger.
떨거지 잘라낸다. 아육한 투평면역 찌꺼.
Generic. Yeah, I use.
개인적으로 몰랐네.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요. 딴때
내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다.
다들 재료 손질이 빨라지지 않았어?
승리로 이끌겠다.
좋은 재료 덕에 신이 난 것
떨거지
아니겠어?
잘라낸다. canto 평일 60.
부족해 차려졌지 않아.
겉에
개체가 다소 불리한 조건에 놓여 있습니다.
승리로 이끌.
이 기회를 효과적으로 노려보죠.
죄인인가?
대성공이야.
다른 신나 노래
갈라지다. 엎드리도. 기도라. 실밥이 터졌나?
Make a rupture feed for next week. With the new idea.
내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리.
와우! 벌써 재료를 저기까지 손질해둔 것이오? 오늘 공장 일찍 문 닫을 수 있을 것 같지요?
내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리.
전투감각한
내 죄는 내가 알아서
수감자가
처리.
되어도 훌륭하긴 하군. 이제 그 도통 알아들을 수 없는 말투만 고치면 딱 좋겠어.
Where's the sauce?
착각하지 마.
Where's the sauce?
해파 겉에.
잘 됐네. 어떤 시간과 공간에 계시는 관리자님이 들을진 몰라도 그때를 위해서 미리 음원을 녹음해야 한다는 거군요. 아 이런, 이것도 녹음되고 있는지는 미처 몰랐네요.
꿰뚫려라.
Maybe I should do this.
기도라.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
You know, I should just use charge.
단순해서 좋군.
Yeah, that's hard
무거운
after this.
수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면
Even if it's not as
잘라낸다.
적절한 걸 준비해두자.
합격장.
40.
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹였어.
으타! 먹어 치워라.
쟤네 좀 봐. 속이 매스꺼워 보여.
승리로 이끌겠다.
죄인인가?
평일 60.
대성공이야. 다른 신나 노래 불까.
이 정도로 남아 걷는. 내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다.
다들 재료 손질이
Some point, yeah,
빨라지지
when to start
않았어?
leveling stuff up to
좋은
the
재료
new
덕에
level cap.
신이 난 것 아니겠소?
죄인인가?
Don't be from far and
평일
middle
60. 찢겨라.
in air dungeon.
내 피가 배고파했어. 잘 됐다. 그치?
가족을 위해.
부족해 차려졌지.
비뚤어져 끓여. 또한 용서 할 줄.
보시다시피 앞에 무방비해진 개체가 있네요. 부디 그래선 안 되겠지만 이 틈을 놓친다면 관리자님의 역량에 대한 계산을 재검토해야 할지도 적에게 치명상을 입힐 겁니다. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 더 대단한 능력을 가지고 있다. 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
Super overkill.
산초류 경을 온 라샹. 끝을 낼 시간이다.
Canto, he's just a guy.
솜씨가 현란하죠. 선물 만들고 도구 연습만 하는 것이요.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을
뭐예요?
거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이
Story
마음껏
time.
마셔. 그게
There's gonna be a lot of story after this.
대관원 입성이요.
Entering Dagwon-yan now. Despite some troubles on the way, it seemed that we managed to arrive at our destination, mostly unhurt. Dagwon-yan, Hong Lu's old home.
어이구, 시간이 얼마 남지
Running out of
않았네요.
time.
파우스트 씨.
Boss, I'm sure you understood the most important part of my plan, right?
이해하셨겠죠? 그리 보기 좋은
It is
광경은 아닐 거라.
unlikely to be a pleasant sight to behold.
핵심은
Remember,
그들이
the plan
여러분을
hinges on your
죽이려
patience,
들어도
everyone.
당황하지 않고
You have to remain
기다리는
calm
것일
and wait,
뿐이다.
even if they freak out and actively try to kill you.
질에 겁을 먹고 처리하라는 명이
There's
떨어질
a chance that
수도
they might
있겠죠.
panic and immediately
하지만
order for the sinners to be
홍원의
executed on the
가지로
spot.
심사하는 자의
However,
담력이
it's unlikely that the
정도는
person
아닐 거라 생각합니다.
whose responsibility is to judge the next family hierarch of Hongwan makes such a hasty response.
그렇죠. 상대의 그릇이
Exactly.
크기만 하다면야.
Everything's gonna be fine as long as the decider has the capacity for patience.
어? 죽여?
Execution?
일이야?
What?
그럼
Great.
다음 연락은
I'll follow up with a subsequent contact
일차전을
once you've
무사히
safely
마친
completed
후에
the
하는
first
걸로?
round of the evaluations. First round. That cryptic exchange of Faust, Dodd leaped gracefully off the moving palanquin as Heathcliff murmured in his half sleep. We watched her grow smaller and smaller as the distance between us grew, but what really caught our eyes were the scattered humans that the restructuring day had evicted from their homes. They were trying to drag their broken bodies off the road, sobbing and writhing.
참혹하네요.
This is
저희가
horrible.
도와드릴 수 있는 건
There isn't
없겠지만
anything we could do to help, but
그런 무력한 감각은 업무
such sense of
효율에
futility and
영향을
powerlessness will negatively impact the efficient performance of your professional obligation.
차라리
Repeated exposure to
경험에
similar
익숙해짐을
stimuli is
추천하고
recommended to
싶고.
desensitize oneself to the sensation.
홍루 씨는
So, how
집에
long will
돌아가시는
Hong Lu?
소감이
How do
어때요?
you feel about going back home after so long? Sinclair's changed the subject.
글쎄요.
I don't know.
말해라고 하냐?
You don't even need to ask him, lad. I know it can't be easy.
나는 중간에
As for
그냥
me,
다시 돌아갈까
why me?
생각만 수백
I
번 했다고.
hesitated almost 1,000 times, wondering if I should just turn around and leave.
만약에 문을 두들기면
What if I knocked on those gates, but she...
그 애가 나를
he... Who? Heathcliff came to a suffocating stop, his voice trembling lightly as he did so. The other sinners stared at him in confused silence.
뭔데요?
What is
말을 왜
it?
하다가
Why'd you stop in
말아?
the middle of a... Wow! Look at these cool windows. I think we could swap them out with other images.
어휴,
I quickly tried to swerve from the subject again, but all I got was Ishmael's scolding glare that seemed to wordlessly tell me, not the time.
기억나요?
I remember.
각자의
I
희노애락이
remember what
있었던
happened
도시로
each time one of us
살았을 때
returned to the part of the city that held our
모두
memories.
버스에서 각자의
Memories of
풍경을 보고
happiness,
있었으니까요.
anger, sorrow, and joy. As we traveled, I remember that they were all looking at sceneries only they could see.
로자 씨는 계속 어설프게
Claudia,
농담을 하시려고 했고
awkwardly tried your best to crack jokes.
싱클레어 씨는
Claire
몇
tried
번의
your
울음을
best to hold back
삼키려고
the welling
하셨죠.
tears again and again.
그리고 이상 씨는
He sang, shut your eyes for a
오랫동안
long,
눈을 감으셨어요.
long time.
이스마일 씨는
Ishmael,
호수를
you couldn't
내려다보면서
stop talking to yourself while
계속
glaring down at the
혼잣말을
lake's
하시고
surface.
히스클리프 씨는
Heathcliff,
잔뜩 겁을
I
먹어서
saw you scared and
머리를
anxious,
수없이
shifting your hair
매만지셨어요.
over and over again. You've really been watching us closely, huh?
우리가
봄
Did we?
가버리면
Spring leaves, petals scattered, all shall turn around to find the doors to which they belong, and return forevermore. I think everyone has a small amount of
다들
petals they've
각자마다
gathered for
모아둔
themselves.
꽃잎들이 있다고
What?
나 없는데?
I don't.
그런
Why would
걸
anyone
왜 모아?
collect something like that?
그러면 아직
Then you
버리지 않고
simply
있는
haven't discarded
것뿐이죠.
them yet. There was still a transparent smile on his face, but I think I saw a burying, sinking shadow behind it. Oh. The moment I felt that, a familiar light came into view, and I immediately understood what was going on. The golden bow is closed, and it is resonating with Honglu's fathoms. Oh shit, there's a golden bow? They watch the flower burial of mine and mock away. Who lays me to rest once I die? When spring passes, youth passes. As wrinkles shear it all away. Flowers pass, people pass. Ignorant they remain to where they hie. Why do you always recite these strange, complicated poems, Dayu? There are plenty of ways to remain young, aren't there? Because we needn't see the snow in our hair to know that spring will pass. Why are you cleaning up those fallen petals? Just put them away downstream. You'll get dirt on your hands. And be so wasteful? How will we hear the sound of falling rain once we scoop all the petals away? We'll feel the remembrance of a rainy day, so I'm gonna treasure it. Guys, these beautiful blossoms will get so dirty in the stream if we let them float away. Please, don't scatter all the petals from your embrace. Big bro by you? A little sister. Hey, Clez. How's it going? Honglu. Is there anyone you miss here at Gangwon-yan?
네?
No, there isn't.
어떻게
But how's that possible? Isn't your family there? And a bunch of other people who are so important to you?
여러 소중한 사람들을 글쎄요.
Well,
잘
as long as I believe them
지내고
to be
있는다면
doing well,
구태여 그리운
there isn't any
마음을
need for me to
가질
yearn to see them
이유는
again.
없으니까요.
Do you still treasure your petals?
아니요.
No.
출가하면서
I scattered
전부
them all the
뿌리고
day I
왔답니다.
departed my home.
그래서 이젠 비
But
오는
my rainy
날에는
days are now silent.
아무
I see.
도신 거죠?
Saw that, didn't you, Dante?
제 기억을.
Saw my memory. I did. Honglu laughed. He wasn't surprised or angry that I peered into his memories.
홍루
You
씨의
want to tell us about your
부모님은
parents? Or,
어떤
yeah.
분이세요?
Talk about your
아니면
grandmother
그
pretty often, right?
종종
What kind of people are they?
언급하셨던
Going good. Figured I'd lurk for a bit. We'll take it for an alert. I'm gonna be doing a lot of reading this stream. So kick back. Story time. Claire added carefully. Maybe he was trying to commiserate. Tenua said that connections might have been. We were headed to his home to meet his family anyway.
두 분 다 이치에 밝으셔요.
They're both very wise in the ways of the world.
할머니는
Grandmother
항상
always
저를
treated me
아껴주시고요.
preciously.
어머니도
So did
아버지도
my mother and my father.
저를 아껴. 거의 다
we're almost there.
도착했나 봐요. 정원이
I can see the garden.
네요.
One massive garden.
본가 안으로
We
들어가려면
still have some time
아직
before
조금 남았어요.
we get to the main buildings.
옛날엔
I
정원에서
remember the days when deer and
사슴이나
hares would
토끼들도
frolic out here in the
뛰놀았거든요.
garden.
이거 산책하려면
Well,
하루
I
종일도
see
걸을
myself
수
taking a
있겠는데.
long walk around here. The whole day and then some to cover the entire ground.
주로 저는
I
제가
usually
살던
lingered
방
only around my own
주위에서만
room.
갔어요.
It's dangerous to stray
여러모로
too far after
위험하니까요.
all. Dangerous? Why?
잘못된 길을 걷다가
No looking raccoons.
예상치 못한 사람도 만날 수
Blade.
있고 표적이 될 수도 있고요.
That's
밤에는 앞이 보이지 않을 수도
unsanitary.
있잖아요.
There's stranger danger. Getting lost? Getting targeted? Besides, very dark at night. Well, that ain't a very big deal, is it? Kids run around, scrape their faces on their branches, trip and eat shit on the pavement all the time.
히스클리프
Sure you would
씨라면
have run
자유롭게
freely around the
다니셨을
garden
것
if you
같아요.
could. But it's important to
그래도
always be
항상
careful.
조심하는 편이 제가 5살
When I was
때는
5,
나뭇가지에
someone had
누가
labored a
치명적인
deadly
독을
poison on a random
발라놨어요.
tree branch. Like poison?
히스클리프 씨처럼
I had a little brother who
뛰노는 걸
liked
좋아하는
to
동생이
frolic like you do,
있었는데
Heathcliff.
우연인지
But by
딱
some
그 주위의 나뭇가지에
coincidence, he
독이
happened to be running around the
묻어있었던
same
거죠.
tree that had its branches lathered with poison.
어떻게
What have transpired thereafter?
괜찮아졌을 거예요.
I'm sure he got better.
스빈이 백반만 자고
Diren told me
나면
he'll be just fine
괜찮아질
after a
거라고
100 nights
했거든요.
rest.
스빈은 언제나
Because Diren was always so smart. I'm sure it happened
그렇게
exactly as
되었을
she said.
거예요.
He dead. He did. I wonder how many siblings he has. No, at least 3 so far. Or I guess technically 4. Entering Don Juan Ting, Grand Flower Hall. Ow. It wasn't long before our arrival to a new place of Sanguanyan. It was made known by the Palanquin's bearer's sonorous announcement. More buildings? What's Don Juan Ting mean anyway?
쉽게 말하면
Grand Flower Hall, so I think you
연애를
could call it a
여는
place for
건가요?
banquets? Huh. Do you host banquets in this village-sized venue? Is that a lake over there?
아,
Nope,
그건
it's a
연못이고.
pond.
연못.
A pond? Damn.
도착하면 저랑 시춘이를 환영하는
Once we
자리가
arrive, we
마련되어
will
있을
find
거예요.
ourselves a welcoming party for Shishun and me.
아, 로라
Radia
씨도
should be able to
오랜만에
stuff
정말
yourself to your
배부르게
heart's
드실 수
content
있겠네요.
this time. It's been a while, hasn't it?
도착하기 전부터
I don't
이렇게
think I've been
설렌
this
적은
excited in a
처음인
long
것 같다.
time. Whoa,
저건
is that ship over there? Yep,
배를
ship?
정박해둔 거야.
아,
Yep.
네.
Sometimes
가끔
go out
물놀이를
boating.
나가기도 했거든요. 아, 그리고
Oh,
연못천 어머니는
Shishun's building is right
시춘이
across that
지내는
pond.
건물도 있답니다.
You each get a building of your own?
네.
Yes, we do.
그래서 처음 홍원을
So,
떠났을
when I
때
first departed from
다른
Hongwan,
곳에서는 한
I found the
건물에 온
concept of an
가족이
entire
함께
family
지낸다는
living
게
under the same roof so
신기했답니다.
fascinating.
이래서는 가족끼리 얼굴
Alas,
한번 보기도
it would be quite the
힘들겠네만.
challenge for thy family to see one another.
그러기 위해서 따로
And that's
쓰는
exactly why we each get a building. Are we even talking about the same thing here?
대화가 제대로 이어진다.
이럴 거면
Alack for woe.
처음부터
We could have merely
할머니네 집으로
enjoyed our
잡아주지
vacation.
그리하였어.
Vacations at Young Tonglu's residence all along?
그건 곤란해요,
That
동표
wouldn't
씨.
have worked, Don Quixote.
출가할 때
When I left
할머니와
home,
어르신들께서
Grandmother and the elders
꼭
really
공부하시던 말이
impressed upon me
있었거든요.
that
때가 되면
the footsteps
자연스럽게
eventually bring you home when the time is right. Thus,
그전까지는
witness, and
많은
only
것을
witness, as much of the world as you
보고
made
있어.
before you make your return.
언제 오려나 했는데
I was wondering when that would be.
시간이
Time
속절없이
really
흘러
slipped through our fingers. Just like that, it brought me here. Most innocents did not welcome their turn. Some of them were even terrified of it. Sometimes they had to confront what they'd been avoiding all their lives. And some important things that were once forgotten or lost were waiting for their return. But their reluctance was really not surprising at all. I don't think I'd welcome the opportunity to get my memories back with open arms if it was thrust upon me out of nowhere. Especially if I was getting dragged there against my will. But despite the fact that it couldn't be more obvious, Ooh Chow! Welcome, welcome. Someone already got the first Ooh Chow slime. Ah. But despite the fact that it couldn't be more obvious that his turn had arrived, Honglu was as tranquil as he always was. Yeah. The Ooh Chow slime has been got. I think there's a few that haven't been pulled yet. From the new one. Oh. Put it away. Put it back. I forgot who got you. Too mad. Oh. Forgot Doom came out.
Are you calling me a liar, you insolent fuck?
At least you can see what you're getting in the chat. Nakanashi Kiara. Damn. No new ones. No new ones for Uchao. But with your check-in currency, you can get a new one. Gonna take a nice relaxing walk through Kroger. Leave their frozen pallets on the floor. But despite the fact that it couldn't be more obvious that his turn had arrived, Honglu was as tranquil as he always was. He's always been able to remain aloof, no matter what happens. Maybe it won't be different this time either. But even so, can I judge that so hastily? The young master Bai Yu of the Jia family has returned! Again, the palanquin bears deep, full-throated pronouncement of our arrival. The door opened.
자,
Here
필요하실
we
텐데
are.
어서
You must all
들어오세요.
be so tired. Come in, come in. Leaving behind the sinners who were still reeling from the astronomical level of opulence at display, Hong Lu bounced lightly off the palanquin, moseyed into the building.
그거 참
Quite the
설렘도
light-footed steps he takes, unhindered by excitement nor trepidation.
좋은 집에만 살아서
Rich boy's got nothing to fear
무서울
because he used to use.
어색할 것도 없다.
What?
이거 아니겠냐?
Rich boy's got nothing to fear because he's used to this kind of poshness. That's all this is.
그래도
Verily.
홍루군의 마음 한
This may be a
구석에는
subtle expression
가족들에
that
대한
teensy
그리움이
part of him
있다고
that
해서
longeth to
바뀌지
see his
않나.
family again. Once we all left the palanquin,
모든 것이
I
상당히
found myself beset by overwhelming vastitudes of objects of great magnitude.
하인들도 대체
Just how many servants do they have?
명이래요?
아,
Ah,
술시가 되면
grandmother will visit
할머니가
us once
방문하신다네요.
zoo hour arrives. Zoo?
연애는 그때
The
시작될 것
banquet
같아요.
will start then, I think. Zoo hour?
술 씨는
Zoo hour
19시부터
refers
21시
to the
사이를
time between
의미합니다.
7
동부의 특정 지역에서
or 7 p.m. and 9 p.m.
고유 시간 체계죠.
This is the unique time system used in certain regions of the East.
추가로
In addition,
홍루 씨의 조모인 가문은
it'd be best to
이
remember that
대관원의
Hong Lu's
가족입니다.
grandmother,
홍원의
Jia Mu,
수장이라고
the
이해하셔도
hierarch of
틀리지
Dongguan
않습니다.
Yan, could not be an incorrect assessment to see her as ruler of Hongguan. Your relative is the head of a wing, I see.
네,
Yes,
이제 곧 다음
so she'll be
후계자에게
handing that over to the
가족을
next
넘겨주실
heir
테지만요.
pretty soon.
이제 와서 가주의 자리를
Why
넘기려는
now?
건가 뭐지?
What does she seek to achieve by abdicating at this precise time? Otis, as she probably saw an ulterior motive behind every move, inquired.
언제나 때가 올
He's
거라고
been saying that her
하시고
time
있어요.
would eventually come. She's
당신께서는
carried this responsibility
너무
for too long.
오랫동안 맡아
갑자기 나타나서
But
가족
she's
예전에
pretty shocked to hear
참가한다고
that you'll be
하니
taking
깜짝
part in the family hierarch
놀라시겠어요.
war.
글쎄요.
I don't know about that.
담담하실지도
Maybe she'll take it well.
모르겠어요. 구태여 나갈
There's
이유는
never been a
없지만
reason for me to bother
나가지
participating,
않을
but
이유도 없었으니까요.
there wasn't a reason for me to not either. Huh?
저쪽에
Hey, there's Shishun way over there.
웨이님이 앉아
Looks like they
계세요.
both arrived safely.
다행.
Dear Shishun, who arrived before us, shot us the briefest glance before looking away with exaggerated disinterest. Shishun turned her back on us.
그 잠깐 사이에
Well, it's gonna take long for things to become super awkward.
오,
Oh,
우리도
we must
시추분의
capture this
옆에 가서
opportunity
하는
to seat
것이
ourselves
어떨까?
adjacent to young Shishun.
틀렸어.
Too late.
이제 저기로 못 가.
We are forever banned from ever getting anywhere near her.
어째서 온 말인가?
Yet wherefore?
저희는 이제 가시
We are no
출시의
longer
세력이
Jia
아닙니다.
Shishun's faction.
적으로
Her
취급하는 것이
hostility is to be
당연할
expected.
테죠.
분위기가 바뀌어
Things
이쪽과
have changed.
저쪽
Us
우리와
versus them.
우리가 아닌 것
In group versus out group.
전장은
Deception and treachery are natural
언제나
parts of war.
모략과 배신이 도사. 오늘의 아군은 내일의
An ally of
적이
today
되기도.
may as well become an enemy tomorrow.
친구가 없다는 말을
And that's a funny way to
이렇게 또
say
돌려서
I don't have any friends. Otis, Ishmael, please.
방금 뭐
What did you just?
아, 부모님이 저기
And there are
계시네요.
my parents.
갑자기
Hold
바로
on,
한다고?
we're just walking right up to
아이씨,
them.
이름도
Blimey,
모르는데.
at least tell us their names.
아, 아버지 전함은 가시 정.
Father's name is Zheng
그리고
of the Jia
어머니는
family.
대관원에서
And in
왕부인이라고
Dongguan Yan,
불리신답니다.
they call my mother Lady Wang.
출가 이후 처음으로 인사 올립니다.
I greet you for the first time since my departure. Dad has nothing to say.
가시 보. 지금 귀가
Bayou of the
있습니다.
Jia family has returned home.
벌써 왔느냐?
You're early.
보가
Bao.
이게
Dear Bayou,
몇 년 만이니
it's been too many years.
오랜만에
To
얼굴을
see you
보니
again after so long,
정말이지.
so good to see your face. She doesn't look like she means that. Oh, I don't know what I should even say. He does not want us to be here. The father, Jia Zheng, eyes dart nervously between us and Hong Lu. Meanwhile, his mother gingerly brings him in for a careful embrace as though she was in the presence of something so utterly, deeply moving, is more than the pure joy of reunion. They're Hong Lu's parents.
극진히 환영해 주시니
Thank you so much for
감사해요.
your hospitality. You have certainly spared no expenses.
그런데
So,
같이 온 분들은
who are these people you've come here with?
대단한 숫자는
Well, there aren't
아니지만
too many of them.
밖에서
They are my
사귄
friends I
제
made out in the world.
친구들이랍니다.
부하라고 소개하던
At least they're not introducing us as lackeys like a certain someone I know.
야, 그거.
Wait, that's. Honglu's mother slowly turns around to look at us. I mean, it's a weird thing to say, but somehow it almost felt like she was looking down at each of us, one by one.
반가워요.
I'm so glad to meet you
우리
all.
보기가
Bayou's always been
어릴
such a
때부터
stubborn
참
child.
고집이 많았던
I'm sure he was quite the
아이였어.
handful to accompany you on your
어쩌면
journeys.
같이
Hope
다니기에
you can
조금
still embrace him
고생스러웠을
despite every
텐데.
고집이
stubborn. Honglu.
씨가요?
Whatever it was she said, they don't seem all too happy to hear that.
보가
Dear Bayou,
왜
why
친구분들이
do you allow your friends to
너를
call you by
그런
that
이름으로
name?
부르게 두는 거니?
What of your noble blessed name
성인들께서
bestowed
점수해
upon
주신
you by
너의
that
고귀한
revered
이름을 두고
PRN, our elders?
뭐야? 왜
What?
갑자기?
What's going on? Oh, they're mad that we called him Honglu. Honglu reached out and gently yet indifferently held his mother's violently trembling hands.
당연하잖아요, 어머니.
Of course I would, mother.
그
Because the name
고귀한
is
이름이니까요.
too noble indeed. Oh, yes.
그렇지.
It's not a name that any
아무나
rabble
입에
should
담을
so
만큼
heedlessly
가벼운 이름이
speak.
결코 아닌 아무렴.
Of course.
그렇고 말고.
이쪽도 원래
Oh,
이름이란 게
do you
있었어?
also have an old name and a new name?
그거 있잖아.
But don't you remember, back in Picor, we called Honglu Young Master Bayou.
지난번 홍원에서
Also remember how he
결투할
announced himself
때도
before that duel on the day we
가시덤의
arrived at
보호기라고
H-Court?
이름을
He introduced himself as
사정이
Bayou of the
있어서
Gia
다른
family.
이름을 쓰는구나
I thought it was a
했지만
pseudonym back then, though, given the circumstances.
뭐 우리랑 다르게
Well,
고귀하신
didn't like
이름이다
calling-
이거냐?
They didn't like us calling your real names gonna cheapen its nobility or whatever.
고작
Just a
이름인데
name.
부른다고 달진
You can say it as
않아요.
many times as you want, and it won't depreciate in value whatever the value it has.
믿으시는 분들도
Oh, but some people do actually believe that it does, I suppose.
그 이름을 여기저기서 쓰고
Was-
다니지 않은 건
Wise of you to refrain from using that name.
그래
Right,
그래.
right. Let your
네
precious name be
소중한
known
이름이
among the
저자에
plebeian
널리
populace
퍼지면
to
너를
encourage
암습할
knights in
자가
the dark
얼마나
to strike.
많겠니?
Even here,
당장
too.
이곳에서도 모친의 말씀대로
It is as your mother says.
분명은
For your true names to be made known, any individual with a passing connection to H-Court would have easily connected you to Hongwan.
지명들은
대부분의 이름에는 그 근원이 담겨져
It is said that most names are repositories of their keeper's origin.
가령
In
동부에서는
the eastern region of the
부모가
city,
자식에게
when a
이름을
parent
지을 때
name their children, they imbue them with
어떻게
meaning.
세상에 쓰일
Carries their wish
것인지를
for the children's
담아
place
직분하지.
and peace in the world.
내놈
You.
이름의 뜻이 뭐지?
What's your name mean? Ryoshi finally speaks for the first time this Canto. I'm pretty sure Ryoshi is probably not going to be her real name either.
제 이름은 부모님뿐만
My name?
아니라
My name is a culmination of wishes. Not only those of my parents, but those of many more.
태어날 때부터
It means that I was
복을 가지고
born for
태어났다는
precious jade.
뜻이랍니다.
바보
Dia Bayou.
끔찍하군.
Honglu's better.
공로가 낫겠어.
At least try to whisper.
나도
I'll
부르던
call
대로
this boy however I
부르란다.
want to. If I'm ever forced to call him Young Master Bayou or some Survio shit like that, I'd rather take a punch or two from the guide. I could feel the horrified gaze of the servant staring at us.
네,
I don't mind.
계속
But please
홍루라고
continue to call me
불러주셔도
Honglu if you
괜찮습니다.
want.
귀빈들께서는 자리에
Please seat
앉아주시길
yourself, honored
청합니다.
guest. Food will
곧
be served
음식을
soon.
내올 것이니.
Please seat yourself, honored guest. Food will be served soon. Oi, what's all this?
야,
Do they actually expect us to eat all this? I don't think I've ever been intimidated by food before. There were quite literally a mountain of dishes on the table. I was starting to wonder if the purpose of these dishes was more to flaunt their wealth than to feed us a reasonable amount of food.
이거 말이야.
I'll drive the streamer. No, no.
리필 되는 거지?
Wonder how easy would be to do a animation for that. What a feast! You can ask for refills, right? Huh? Yes. Anyway, what's up with those empty seats over there? Are we still killing time for some guests to arrive?
그건 아닐 것 같아요.
I don't think so.
이곳에
Probably
참석하는
seats
걸
for my older
원하지
siblings
않은
somewhere in
이 대관원
Dongguanyan.
어딘가에 있는
Probably don't want.
제형
Probably
누나들의 자리.
just didn't want to attend.
오늘은 저를
This
환영하기
is a
위해
banquet to welcome me,
만들어진
after all.
자리니까요.
I'm sure they believe it's a waste of
있어봤자
time to attend.
시간 낭비라고.
거참.
DDT, the
얼마나 부지런하게
streamer.
사는 사람들이길래.
What does DDT mean? Man, they better be on some real busy schedule to miss this.
감옥께서
Suplex.
당도하셨나이다.
No! My horns will get stuck in the ground. Like a goat. Jiamu, venerated by her presence, graces us. Jiamu, venerated by her presence, graces us. With the announcement, utter silence quickly devoured the busy hubbub of the banquet. Those who were sitting quickly rose to their feet and bowed, while those who were standing knelt down on all fours, their backs bent so low that their foreheads were nearly touching the floor. Ooh, are those roosters? Or woman walking out from between them, the crowd itself parting down the middle from her sheer presence. The cold stone stunner.
아, 할머니가 오셨네요.
Oh, there's a grandmother. Now, for those are roosters? I think they are. I want those for IDs. Well, if they were with her, then I wonder if they're like top of the chain? No. Possible. Has to be the dragons. Unless these are dragons. They look like roosters to me. It's Hong Lu's grandmother, the family hierarch of H-Core, and its chief executive director. Jiamu's presence was at once warm, gentle, yet immense and overwhelming, like a personification of an insurmountable mountain.
가모님을 뵙습니다.
We are graced by your presence, venerable Jiamu.
가모님을 뵙습니다.
We are graced by your presence, venerable Jiamu.
뭐야?
But what?
우리도
Should we bow too?
아, 이미
I don't think you could bow any lower if your face halfway in the bowl,
괜찮지
so you should
않을까?
be fine. Probably.
이렇게
She's surrounded by high show too.
술처럼 보이는 사람들도 있어.
Guys, everything's gonna be fine as long as we don't do anything stupid. As everyone was bowing before Jiamu, awed and humbled, only Hong Lu looked straight at Jiamu without bowing. Then he got up from his seat and walked toward her.
할머니, 오랜만에
It's
인사.
been a while, grandmother.
도읍도련님,
Please ascend,
가까이
young Master
올라오시죠.
Bayu. It seemed that special permission was needed to even stand next to her. Hong Lu was allowed to approach her only after the servant gave him the go-ahead.
보가
Little Bayu,
얼마나 고단하고
you must have walked and
여의치
toiled
않은
tirelessly on your
여정이었느냐.
journey home.
그렇지 않아요, 할머니.
Not at all, grandmother. I was able to learn so many new
모두
things thanks to
친절히
everyone who
대해주신
treated me
덕에
so nicely.
새로운 걸
배움을 통달하고자
I just sought to
했다면
master the art of learning.
어떤 학문이든
No,
다 빼어난
master,
선생을 모셔
regardless of
불방에
pursuit,
앉혀놓을
would have been
수도
out of your reach.
있었겠지만
You could have learned much in the halls of erudition from them.
글방에 앉아
That the
아무리
world taught
학문에
from sheets of paper
눈통해졌다
are simply that,
하더라도 그저
words on
그뿐일
paper.
뿐 우리는
We wish that you, dear Bayu, would learn more of the secular world.
세월을
Do
허투루
not let
보내지
flow
않길
betwixt your
바라요.
fingers the time that is given to you.
네,
I know this opportunity was more than what I deserved,
과분한
grandmother.
기회였다는 거.
그래도
I appreciate your
가주자리를
return all the
내려놓기
same.
전에
That you have deigned to
이렇게
return
잊지 않고
before me
들려줘서
ere my
고맙구나.
abdication, the great responsibility.
아무래도
Verily, it appears that young Hong Lu,
일종의
Hong Lu,
트리스머였던 모양이군.
oh, she's stuffing her face. Appears that young Hong Lu shined into Limbus company as a grand charisma of sorts. Mm-hmm.
그란 트리스머? 그게
Grand
뭔데?
charisma, what's that? Both of them? So rude.
너희 둘 다
Can the two of you stop babbling for mouthful? Young masters of families, most eminent, are often out to the world on a grand tour. Thus coined was this practice Gran Turismo, if thou wilt, for they are to commence their public activities.
책으로는 배울 수 없는
Purpose is to
다양한
learn the
경험으로
varied experiences that cannot be gained from books, to grow
익숙해지기 위해
familiar with the world outside.
저기 있는 시투니와는
I hear that you have
이미
met
한
the
번
Shishun in
인사를
a world not long
나누었다지?
ago.
그럼요.
총명한 아이야.
A bright child she is,
가주 심사
well
또한
prepared to take on the challenges of the
마음으로
family
나가는
hierarch
것이
evaluations,
아닐
I presume.
맞아요.
I agree. I'm
시춘이라면
sure Shishun will
영리하게
wisely
잘
overcome the
해내겠죠.
trials.
그래.
Indeed.
어르신들께
Have you paid visit to the revered elders then?
인사를 드렸는데
방문드리려고요.
I will soon.
왕부인도
Lady Wing,
이곳으로
ascend here
올라오고
as well.
송구합니다, 가문님.
With your mercy, Jiamu, of course. Honglu's mother hurried up to where Jiamu stood.
하나뿐인 아들이 출가하여
It must cause your
강물을
heart great
떠돌고
distress to have
있으니
your one and only son
마음이
depart his
편치
home,
않을 것이다.
to wander the world beyond the hedges. Of course not,
아닙니다,
Jiamu.
가문님. 저는
One and
우리
only son.
보기가
What about her? What about Honglu's brothers? Different mother? Question mark. So I wonder then, is the father the son of the grandmother, and she's married him? Oh, I am simply so glad that my son, Bayu,
이렇게 제
has
몫을
returned
하는
as a man who
상가
can
되어
now
무탈한
more than carry his own
모습으로
weight,
돌아오니
and unharmed too.
그것만으로도 그러니 보가
Thus, dear Bayu,
재촉할 생각은
I don't mean to rush,
없지만
but when are you planning to depart again?
아직 정해진 건 없어요.
Nothing has been decided yet, mother. I see.
그렇구나.
I am simply concerned that
나-
were your stay here to be
그저
prolonged,
이곳에
perhaps you
계속
might fade
머물러
before your duties are
있다가는
completed.
네 어서 소임을
Complete
다하고
your duties and
돌아와야
return soon.
가문님께서 맺어주신
The
그
agreement
약속도
Jiamu has so graciously made for us is
지키지
fulfilled.
않겠니?
그래,
Indeed.
잃지도 말고
Lose
잊지도
not,
말거라.
forget not. So she doesn't want Honglu to die because he has to do something that they agreed to. I assume her life would be in danger if it's not done.
너는 우리 가문의
You are our family's
하나뿐인
one
오기니
and only jade.
우리의 둘도 없는
Dear Bayu,
진귀한
our
보.
peerless treasure, tarry
이
not over
속세에
long in this
남아있지
mundane
말고
world. Leave
때가
when the
되면
time is
다시
right.
떠나 그
Feel your
가치를
worth.
다하거라.
Tarry not over long in this mundane world. Does she want Bayu to die?
그럴게요.
Okay, grandmother.
어머니.
Mother. Is he to be a sacrifice? What is going on? Something spirit world. Thought the sinners were doomed to chew uncomfortably through this incredibly awkward meal. But Jiamu and her retinue of Haishao left the banquet hall quite promptly after that exchange. It was as though they had no more reason to remain here. It is odd that they should require Honglu of his departure plans on the very welcoming of his return.
그러게요.
Right?
아끼는
One
게
moment it
좀
appears like they
보이다가도
really care about him, then
아끼는 모습도
the appearance of that
정상적인
care for
가정에서
one's own
자식을
child is
애틋하게
also quite
여기는
distinct and
감정과
unusual
다소
compared to the
일반적이지
typical
않은
display of emotional
방이었습니다.
intimacy expressed in an average household. They want him to see the elders too. What are they gonna do to him? Hey, Bayu. That's when an unfamiliar chipper voice hopped jovially into our conversation.
왜 나를 제일 먼저 찾아주지 않았어?
You bowed
내가
shy.
머물던 건물은 네가
Why didn't you come see me first? I've been staying in the same building ever since you departed here, you know?
보차 누나구나.
Big sis do. Bow Chai. It's
오랜만이야.
been so long. Another sister, okay.
여기까지 와서 자리를 채워준 거구나.
From a different family,
고마워.
though. You come all the way to my welcome banquet to fill a seat. I appreciate that.
보호기가 오는지 미리 알았더라면
Had I known that you'd be coming home today by you, I would have summoned everyone I could from the Shu family to see you,
반
too.
오라버니도
Big bro
얼마나
Pan
보호기에 안
really been
그래
itching to know how you've been
궁금했다고.
doing.
허기나?
Yeah, sure he was. So, that would make her fully blooded sibling. Yishun, who's been sitting in complete silence for the entire banquet, muttered quietly to herself.
보, 이곳에
Who
온
else have you
다음에
greeted since you arrived today,
또
Bayu?
누구에게 인사를
부모님과
My
가모님께
parents and Jiamu.
방금 문안드렸어.
Really?
정말?
So I'm your first then?
그러면 내가 첫 번째네.
Made a cheerful remark before leaning close up to his eye.
네 옥은
Your jade is always
언제
so
봐도
glimmering and pristine,
가로지고
Bayu.
깨끗하다.
Look,
네가
I made myself a
떠난
necklace in the same
계속
color as your eye.
기억하라고.
Wore it every
그
single day to
색과
constantly
똑같은
remind
목걸이를
myself of you.
만들어서 매일
Well,
걸고 다녔어.
you see it?
그렇구나.
Oh, you have.
계속 기억해줬다니.
Thank you for remembering me.
저 그런데
So, are you going to introduce
누구야?
her to us, or...
아니,
Hey, why can't we just let the nice
오랜만에
reunion play out?
분위기 좋아한데 참 그새를 못.
Ready to step forward, unable to stand the curiosity.
아, 여기는
Oh,
말이죠.
she's...
보차라고 한답니다.
I'm Bao Chai. Bao Chai of the Zhu family. I have a very profound relationship with dear Bayou here.
깊은
Very profound relationship? He is my betrothed. I to him? I'd say that's pretty profound. What? He flipped too.
그렇게 놀라실 일도
Nothing to be
아닙니다.
surprised about. These
어르신들이
profound
지나가는
relationships can be
약속에서
established
맺는
effortlessly in the
워낙
simple exchange of
흔하니까요.
agreements between our elders.
아니,
Hey,
그래도 말
you could at least given us a hint.
어차피 제가 혼인을
But I won't be
하는
married
건
until I leave
이
Limbus Company, though.
컴퍼니를 떠났을 그러니 굳이
I just thought that it wasn't relevant enough to share.
저 아까 살짝 들렸는데
Sorry about overhearing earlier, but you guys are Bayou's friends, right?
보기가
I'm so curious to hear what kind of life Bayou lived out there. Care to share some tales of your journey with me?
어린은 가라. 함부로
Don't have stories for kids. Shoo. Well, she's my favorite.
왜요? 저 피비린내 나는 이야기.
Why? But I love stories about bloodshed. Oh.
아, 보차 누나의 취미 중 하나가
What a big sister
도시
Bao
괴담
Chai's
서적
pastimes was
모으기였거든요.
curating creepy stories of urban legends. Then maybe I'll share some.
그렇다면
Just the 180.
조금만 들려주도록 할까?
Oh shit, my chair.
다른 분들은요?
What about everyone else? I love adventure stories.
좋아하는데.
그 말.
Yep.
앞으로
Here she is.
후회하지 않을 자신 있겠어?
Be careful what you wish for.
자,
Ah,
앉아보시게.
I beseech thee to find a seat, for I shall now regale thee of a tale in which an adventure of most wondrous valor unfolds. Brace thyself, for this particular old and terrifying tale features a big, scary bear lurking in a cavern.
식사 끝났으면
If you're finished for meals, why don't we all go back to our residences?
시춘이는 오늘도 화가
You're so
많이
angry again,
났구나.
Shishun. Last I heard, you lost most of your followers in a large battle, didn't you?
많이 줄었다고
I'm so sorry.
들었어.
I used more than 3 handkerchiefs wiping my tears away upon hearing that
눈물을
news.
닦았던 손수건만 해도
More
3장이
than
넘었지
3.
뭐니? 벌써 설씨가의 귀에도
So the
들어갔구나.
Zeus family heard it too, huh?
맞아?
You're not wrong,
하지만 그런
but
건
that's irrelevant to what I've
가족의
brought
전에서
to the
보여줄
family
활약과는
hierarch war.
아무 관계.
Always a big fan of your
언제나
confidence,
자신감 있어
Shishun.
보여서 보기
Good luck, you know?
좋은 거 있지? 그리고
Oh,
보채는
that
더
reminds me.
조심하는 게 좋을 걸.
Better watch your back, big sis Bao Chai.
오빠,
Looks like Big Brother
저렇게
Bayou's learned how to
매일매일
sink a knife
착하다가
into your back with all that,
뒤통수
with that
치는 게
with that same carefree
못 본
smile.
사이에 갑자기 뒤통수 치는 게
What does she
재주가
mean by you
되었다니
knifing people in the
무슨
back?
소리야?
I
시춘이랑
just had a small
사이가
falling
조금
out with
틀어졌거든.
Shishun. That's all.
아하, 시춘이가
Shishun must have been
너를
trying to get you on her
포섭하려고
side,
했던
huh?
모양이구나. 탐낼만 했을 거야.
Yeah.
보기는
No wonder she wanted you on her
옛날부터
team.
언제나
Bayou's
해맑게
always
웃고만
excelled at whatever he
있었는데도
does without
누구보다
stressing out or
실력이
losing the happy smile.
일취월장했으니까.
그냥
Quickly
하다
stop,
보니까
please.
잘 되었어.
It just kind of worked out that way.
좀 재수없는 스타일이긴
I guess you
했었다.
could be a bit
그치?
irritating like that, huh?
저런
Some
유형도
people,
드물지만
though rare, are
있는
indeed like that.
법이니까요.
Oh,
그러고
that
보니
reminds me.
혹시
Did you, by any chance, run into Big Brother Q?
나는 보았잖아.
I haven't, but they
이분들은
have.
만났어.
That's good.
다행이네.
She placed her hand over her chest as though she'd just survived an incredibly dangerous accident, before eyeing us anxiously.
그래서 어떻게
So,
되었어?
What happened?
사이와를 포섭하려고
Did you
했던
know
건
that he
알아.
was trying to ally with
포섭이라고
Shia
믿는 사람은
Yuan?
사이와
I mean,
걔만 빼고
didn't
아무도
seem like
없었던 것 같지만
anyone else was viewing that as an alliance other than Shia Yuan himself, but must have been a pretty open secret among the captains that Jia Q was trying to ally with Shi Yuan. I don't know what this means.
같이 있던 이화 형님의 목이
They
잘렸어.
cut Big Brother Yuan's head off when he was with us.
어머
Oh my!
혜연이
Horizontally
중요했니?
or vertically? H. Nope, Blade, you were wrong. It is clearly horizontally. Although, there has been another person in this game who's been cut vertically.
이번이 세 번째인가 그럼?
So this is his third time, huh?
기와도 참.
Kiwan's really incorrigible. He never knows when to zip it and sit down.
치우.
Well, big brother Q, I had a feeling he'd be here when the family hierarchy war begins. Everyone in Dongguanyon's heard that creepy song from the backstreets, you know. Gosh, things get so awkward and hostile here in Dongguanyon every time there's any mention of him. Well, I guess it's fortunate that he won't be coming after me once the competition begins. And why is that? Because I'm simply too charming and adorable to kill outright, of course. Besides, whatever Big Brother Q's goals are, probably have nothing to do with the Zhu family. I can see that. Bao took a step toward Hong Lu, leaned in close to his face. Do you smell my fragrance still by you? You have never reeked, big sister Bao. Bao Yu, I've always been and always will be residing at Wu Yan, Ginger Plant Fort. Promise to pay me a visit before you leave. With that, she gracefully walked out of the room.
저희도 이만 돌아가는 게 어떨까요?
Well,
이곳은
how about
한심한데어도
we also start heading back? This place can get pretty dark around high hour. You, why do you leave?
별거
It's
아니랍니다.
nothing. This is the big sis I used to play with when I was a child.
대관원에서 제게
One of the
친절을
very few in
보여주신 얼마 안 되는 분 중 하나였죠.
Dongguanyan who was nice to me. So what should we head to next?
그러게.
Good
이런
question.
집이면
Going by the scale of
이번엔
everything in
정말
here,
기대해봐도
it
되는
should be
거지?
safe to expect something real ritzy, right?
제 손님으로 오셨으니
You're my guest, so you should
대관원 안에 있는
be able to
제
stay at my
방에서
building
묵으면 될
in
거예요.
Dongguanyan.
그리 멀지 않아서
It's been walking distance
가마
from
없이도
here.
금방 갈
You'll
수
be there in no
있답니다.
time, even on foot. Why can't we take the bus? The bus is nowhere near us. Oh, fighting? Fighting starting? Let's charge. Here.
준비는 완료했습니다. 출발하죠.
마침 각 정리원 출발한
네. 오. 외부
수금할 시간.
그래.
흔들어보자.
앞장서시오.
Alright. That way we could actually use Hong Lu this
기차와
time.
같이 달려나가겠소.
자, 여기랍니다.
Ta-da! Here we are.
가깝다고
Not
한
a
것
training
치곤
dummies.
꽤 걸었네요.
That was a pretty long walk. Still technically within walking distance, but this place is
이홍원이라고
called
부른답니다.
Yi Hongwan, Joyous Red Court. Dream of Red Chamber?
홍원에서
This
제일
room was
향긋한
made from the
꽃나무로
most
만든
aromatic
방에서
flower tree within
숨을
each
크게
floor.
들이쉬면 말이죠.
Try taking a deep breath and you can smell the lovely fragrance of flower aroma,
코끝을 타고
pervading,
퍼져요.
spreading from the very tip of your
다른
nose.
방법은 안 그러는데
It's unique to
말이죠.
this building.
과히 그렇구려. 보이지도
Very
않는
much
것이
so.
제법
It's
향기롭소.
an unseen and invisible thing, yet it retains much of its pleasant redolence. This place is huge too. You've been living here alone all along?
네.
Yes.
더 넓은 방에서 지내라고
I was told to
하셨지만
stay in a larger room.
여기가
I
마음에
prefer this
들어서요.
place more.
도련님,
It has
오랜만에
been long, young
인사드립니다.
master.
스빈입니다.
Viren reporting. It was mentioned earlier. I don't remember the context. Oh, hey, she. Have you been well, Zirin?
잘
네, 평소와
Yes,
같았습니다.
I am as I always have been. Zirin watched us emotionlessly as our rowdy crowd poured into the yard. Her expression did not change even when she saw Hong Lu, who presumably hadn't been home in quite some time.
이분들은 도련님의 손님이신가요?
Are they young master's guests?
방을
I will guide them to their
안내해드리겠습니다.
room. Please follow me.
따라오시죠.
저는 따로 방문할
Now
때가
that we're here,
있어서요.
gotta pay a
금방
visit somewhere.
다녀올게요.
I'll be back soon though.
어디를 가시는 겐가?
But where will thy journey? Allow us to accompany thee.
아, 괜찮아요.
It's okay.
어르신들께
It's
문화
on my way to
인사를
say
드리는
hello and pay my
것뿐이라
respects to the elders.
혼자 가는 편이
So
좋아요.
it'll be better if I go there alone.
자, 이쪽으로.
This way.
뭐 어느 작전이나 그랬지만
I guess I can say this about every operation, but
이렇게 현장까지
the weight of our mission doesn't really sink in
겨우
until we're actually
실감나네요.
there.
가주 대전
You're talking about the family hierarchy war, right?
다른 후보들은 이것
The other
하나만을
candidates
위해
have been
몇
preparing
년을
for this for
준비해왔다고
years,
하니까요.
while we have
저희는
What?
그걸
An overnight?
하룻밤만에
나는 벼락치기
I don't
타입이어서
know.
그런가.
I am
그렇게
procrastinate until the
생각하니까
last
오히려
minute kind of
자신감이
gal, so I'm
붙는데?
pretty sure we got a handle on this.
부조리한 상황에서 임무를 수행해야 하는
It's
것은
not the first instance in
이번이
which we are
처음이 아니다.
demanded to work through a task in an unfavorable, inequitable situation.
상관없지 않겠나.
What
어차피
does it
우리가
matter? Our
노리는
goal
것은 가주의 자리가
isn't to
아니지
claim the
않나.
throne of the family hierarchy anyway. Yeah, what's up?
천만 다행이지
Okay, a real goal,
않겠어요?
a real goal.
그래도 저희의 목표가 가주대전의 1등이
뭐라고?
아니라는 게.
Isn't that such a relief that our goal isn't to come first place in a family hierarchy war?
1등을 할 필요가 없다는 말인 겐가?
Does that mean to say that we needn't be the first?
당연하죠.
Yeah.
저희가
obviously.
왜 수감자를
Why would we
호환의
want a
가주로
sinner to become the head of
만들겠어요?
H Corps?
외부인을 앉히는 것보다는 회사 소속의 인물을
Would
날개에
not
대표로
provide a much more
앉혔을
reliable means of
안정적으로
control to
조종할
plant
수
an
있지
individual of
않나.
this company at the highest seat of a wing, instead of letting an unaffiliated individual assume it?
일이 그렇게 간단하게
There's a lot more going
굴러가지는
on
않죠.
behind the scenes, guys.
그리고
Besides,
LCB는
LCB still has much left to do
해야
as
하는 일이
LCB.
아직도 많은걸요.
그러면
Then, would I be right to assume that this isn't a winner-take-all kind of situation here?
1등이 아니어도
Do other candidates get something for participating too?
가주 심사에서 10등을
Anyone who
했던
places within the
사람은
top 10 will gain the right to take one item of their choice for the family treasury. Of course,
포상을 받거든요.
the one who places the highest goes first.
하지만 2등 안에는 들어야
But we're going to have to come in at least second place in order to ensure that we obtain the item we're looking for. It's a golden bow, isn't it?
아, 괜히 기분
Now that's weirdly insulting. Caught it. Why don't we just
일등
shoot
해봐?
for the top anyway?
못 보던 사이에
Confidence seems to have gone through the roof since the last
자신감이
operation together.
어,
Well, we did go
별별이
through a lot of crazy stuff.
했지.
그리고
Anyways,
그 홍어는
care to guess what's deep inside of Hong Wan's gargantuan treasury?
어떤 것이 황금거주요.
The golden bow.
네,
Right
그
on.
진정한
Buried
가치도
in the middle of
모르지
all kinds of other
다른
treasures,
보물들 사이에
along with
파묻혀
any
있는
knowledge of its
상이랍니다.
true value.
그래서
So,
Faust.
Faust. What's the
아까
manager's
소드과
squad
장마랑
share of you of
일차전의
the strategy
작전이라는
건
for the
뭐지?
first round?
그러고 보니 파우스트 양에게
Very much wish to know
넌
that as
짓이
well.
이해했냐는 듯 묻고
For
넘어갈
the
뿐
suggestion of mutual understanding
우리에게
seemed to
말하진
exist
않았구려.
exclusively between Smith, Faust, and Sald.
가주 심사 1차전의
The
내용은
first round of the family hierarchy
지금까지
evaluation.
후손들이 대관원의
That's what the
어르신들을 위해
descendants have prepared
준비해왔던
and
것을
brought for the elders
시험하는
of Hong Wan.
자리입니다.
But descendants have prepared, huh? So this must be what Jia Shishun's been referring to this whole time.
네,
Yes.
불로불사에 관한
Be
것이죠.
free from aging and death. Immortality.
즉, 각자가
Each candidate
생각하고
is to
있는
present an answer
진정한
before the judge
불로불사란
to
무엇인가에
demonstrate their
대한
idea of true
답을 구하는
immortality.
자리입니다.
I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom and grab another water bottle. Okay, I'm back. Chug jug. Right. So, what's the answer to true immortality then?
그건 파우스트도
Not even Faust can
내놓을 수
answer
없는
that.
답입니다.
Then what are we even
뭐
doing
하자는
here?
다만
But we may be
진정한
able to
글로벌사의
demonstrate
실마리가
a
있는
facsimile of
흉내를
immortality,
내볼 수는
or at
있죠.
least pretend as though we are close to the answer.
답을 원하는 건
A
그들이니
simile.
우리를 정확히 말하자면
Given that they are the ones who are
홍무씨를
seeking that very answer,
떨어뜨리진 않을
they will
겁니다.
not disqualify us, Hong Lu to be exact, from the competition.
그럴듯해
I
보인다면
see.
악착같이
They
매달릴
will
테니까.
cling onto whatever clue they can
그런
get their hands
이야기인가?
on. So we'll be using that desperation.
그렇습니다.
Precisely.
그 가모인가는 제일 높아 보이는
That
사람도
important
그
looking
녀석을
old
많이
bat GM who
아낀다며.
favors him, doesn't she?
가산점 같은
Maybe
걸
she'll
주지
give him a
어떡해.
bonus point or something.
홍로.
So that's what we'll be using
그자가
Hong Lu for.
중요한 쓰임새가 된.
그건
That is...
네,
Yes,
맞아요.
you're right.
이제
It
제
is
차례가
my
돌아온
turn to
거죠.
be used. Oh, what'd you get back? Hong Lu nonchalantly chimed into the conversation, having slipped in between us unnoticed. Hey, you're back pretty soon, huh? Unfortunately, what Otis just said could sound quite crass depending on how you cut it. Hong Lu, you don't have to... Don't mind what she just said.
걸러들을
But why would I
필요가
mind it?
없었는걸요? 저의
I
쓰임새는
used this to be
호원에
ticket to
있는
participating in the
황금바지를
hierarch war,
회수하기 위한 것.
the only option for
그리고
obtaining the golden
그러기
bow
위해
in H-Core.
가주 대전에 나가는
You didn't say anything
것이니까요.
wrong. Your use?
이왕 쓰이는 거
Well,
모두가
if you'll
기뻐할
be
수
using
있는
me,
쪽으로 흘러가게
hopefully
되면
this will lead to an
좋겠네요.
outcome we could all be happy with.
모두가 기뻐하기에는
Verily, such outcome would be best. Yet,
아까도 눈이
young
마주쳤는데
Shishun have
엄청
already
센
expelled
느낌을 내면서
what great
피해버렸구만.
gusto out of our nostrils before turning away from our party when our eyes met.
시춘이하고는
Well, Shishun... Hong Lu's eyes twinkled briefly, though he was shifting into a dream.
다시 사이가
I
좋아지게
didn't
될
think
줄은
it was possible
몰랐어요.
for me to be friends with Shishun again.
비록 지금은
We're back to not
다시
being on
원래
speaking terms
상태로
again, but
되돌아갔지만 잠깐이라도
it was as though I'd
꼭
gone back
어린
in
시절로
time,
돌아간 것
back to when we were
같았거든요.
both children.
이제는
But we can't go
까마득하고
back to the past.
다시
방금 뭐라고 했어?
What did you say?
지금
Are you
제정신으로
drunk
그
or
말을
are you
나한테 한
drunk or
거야?
on something? Did you really just say that to me? Oh,
바보 같은
what a stupid thing of me
질문을
to ask.
오빠는
You've never
평생
been drunk in your
피한 적도
life.
없을 테니까.
Your mind's always been so
언제나
damn
또렷하고
clear.
맑은 정신. 어차피 내가
None of
이렇게
this matters
화내고
to you, does it?
소리질러도
Even when I get angry at you, or when I
오빠에겐
shout
아무런
at you like
해줄
this,
수 없을 거 아니야.
none of it gets to you, does it? Just,
도대체
this is what happened to you that day.
그냥 무슨 일이
How can someone become so...
준,
Soon,
됐어?
forget it.
마음대로 해.
I don't care. Do whatever you want to do.
제대로 된 가족이 한
My fault
명쯤
for expecting
있을
you,
거라 기대 안
for
되지
expecting to have at least one normal sibling in this messed up family. In that memory, Hong Lu was wearing a quiet smile, even before her hushed anger. But don't you want to be friends with her again?
결국 사람과의
At the end of all
연이란
things, these connections between people are just moments,
찰나일 뿐일 텐데요.
ephemeral things.
그러니 저의 뜻이
So what I
어떻든
want doesn't
큰
matter.
상관이
Hong Lu. Then are so aloof, so detached that it feels as though he's always floating through the clouds. I once thought that was just the kind of guy he was, someone who just happened to be above everything that's happening around us, instead of just another messed up person with messed up problems of their own. But slowly and gradually, I'd begun to realize that there was something off about him under the surface. Hong Lu, about participating in the family hierarch war. Do you really not feel anything about it? Have you completely excluded yourself from it?
네, 그냥
I
그런
don't,
거구나라고
and I have.
생각하고
It's just the way
있어요.
things worked out, right?
관리자님,
Executive
애초에
manager.
저자의
It is
가치
true that his
판단이
value
이
judgment will
회사에
have no
유의미한
tangible
영향을 끼칠
influence on
수는
this
없을
company's
겁니다.
direction.
파우스트도 동의합니다.
Faust is in
수감자에게
agreement.
작전 수행에 대한
Sinners
거부권은
do not have the right to
존재하지
refuse their
않으므로.
missions.
그건 사실일 테요.
That may be true, yet
허나 그에 따르는
find
마음의
it unnecessary to
상태까지
turn away and neglect the suffering
무시할
conditions of their
필요는
hearts,
없다고 보.
stemming from the obligations to their missions.
마음의 상태라.
Conditions of
하지만
our
구태여
hearts,
마음을
but
들여다보기에
perhaps unnecessarily
괴로움이
peering into
생기는
them
건
is how we
아닐까요?
beget suffering?
그것이 무슨
What manner of...
이곳
Back then,
대관원에서 머물고
when I lived here in
있었을 때는 말이죠.
Danguanyan,
제게는 수많은
So
선택지가
many choices passed
끊임없이
before my
지나쳐가곤
eyes.
했어요. 다른 가문의
Should I
그
kill
아이를
that child
죽여야 하는지,
who was from a different family?
제가 살아남아야 하는지,
Should I even survive?
죽어가는
Should I
저
walk
아이를
past that
두고
dying boy,
그냥
or should I stop to
지나쳐야
help
할지.
him?
처음에는 제가
When they were
무언가
first
선택해 보려
presented to
했답니다.
me, I tried to make a choice.
하지만 그
But it
선택이
didn't take
아무
that
의미가
long for me to
없다는 걸
realize
아는
that my
것에
choices meant
그리 오랜
nothing.
시간이 걸리래서 저는
So
어떤
I
것도 택하지 않기로
decided
했답니다.
not to choose at all.
그게 지금의 저예요.
And that's me, as I am now.
림버스 컴퍼니에
There are
입사하게
so many
된
wonderful
후에
things about joining
좋았던 점은
Limbus
수도 없이
Company,
많지만
but
제가 무언가
I
선택하지
think my
않아도
favorite part
된다는 점이
of that
특히
of the
좋았던
experience
것
was that I
같아요.
was never given a choice.
조금
That's
이상한 것
definitely
같은데요?
kind of weird.
어라?
Oh,
분위기가
looks like things
조용해졌네요.
have gotten weirdly quiet around here.
사담은 여기까지 하도록 하죠.
That was enough
해야 할
discussion of
이야기가
private matters.
많습니다.
There's much ground for us to cover.
그럼
Let us
1차
begin by
대전의
discussing
계획에
our
대해
plan for the first round.
말씀드리죠.
Next morning, we let all the sinners die, and then Dante brings them back to life. Immortality. Yum. It's still some time until we have to leave.
밤에는 잘 보이지 않았지만
What
이
may be the purpose of
허수아비들은
these scarecrows? They are the nocturnal shadows they were at yesternight.
아, 아직도
Oh
있었네요.
wow, they're still here.
이곳에 자제들이 거처하는
There are
건물
training courts
앞에는
next to every building
이런
where
식의
children of this
연구장이
place
마련되어
live.
있어요. 걷고 뛸 나이가
Here,
될지는
every
누구나 이
child of walking,
허수아비들이랑
running
놀곤
age
합니다.
all get to play with these dummies.
놀이라.
Play? Early education is important.
허수아비랑 어떻게 노는
Yet,
것인가?
how does one play with these dummies?
그나저나
Does it appear
이
that this
허수아비는
dummy is
참
adorned with a
근사한
more
모자를 쓰고 있군.
dashing piece of fashion for its head?
아, 그건 제가 7살 때
That's
처음
the first
받았던
dummy I
허수아비예요.
received when I was 7.
그때는 말이죠.
Back then, I thought even
허수아비도
dummies could feel
때리면
pain when struck.
아파하는 줄 알고.
Such was the
모든
blissful rumination of
어린이가
all those who were once
처음엔
children.
그리 생각했을
그럼 여기에 태어나는
So, is it like tradition for
어렸을
kids born here to
때부터
formally
이렇게
learn how to
자라야
fight?
하는 거야?
아, 그건 아니에요.
Oh, not exactly.
우와, 이번에
Whoa,
할머니가
so this is what grandmother gets to do, big bro?
주셨다는 게. 맞아. 그런데
I don't know how it works,
잘
though.
모르겠어.
Them of the GF family.
옷 같은 걸 입혀주거나 장신구를
It must be a
매달아주는 인형
dog or an
아니겠어?
effigy for dress up. Or perhaps you could adorn it with some trinkets?
보평 집을 지켜주는
Maybe it's got like
수호신
the
같은
guardian
걸지도
spirit that
몰라.
protects your house, big bro, by you.
얼씨구.
Oh, fuck. So you're like way older. Oh boy.
이건 말이지.
Here,
이렇게 쓰는
let me show you
거라고.
how it's done.
놈이 할머니가 준
Why do you
선물을
punch grandma's
때렸어.
gift?
오, 그렇게 하면
don't you think you're
아파하지
hurting it?
않을까?
아파해?
Hurt it? Really now? This wooden thing?
이렇게 자라나야 살아남을 수 있다는 게 더 정확할 거예요.
More that they have to grow up this way if they want to survive.
생각보다 제대로 된
This WT
목 이건
isn't so bad. I don't know what she's trying to say. Wooden training dummy. This wooden training dummy isn't so bad.
생각보다
This wooden training
정교하게
dummy
설계된
appears to
물건
have been
같은데
designed and crafted with some
출발하기까지
precise
제법
engineering
시간이 나왔으니
craftsmanship. Still some
사용해보는
time
것도
until
나쁘지
departure, so why don't we
않겠고.
try using them for a warm-up exercise?
땀나는
Don't want
거
to get all
싫은데.
sweaty though.
뭐 위험한 것도
Well, it's not like
아니고
these things will pose us any danger.
컨디션도
I think we can
체크할
try them out
겸
once,
써보는 것도
just to see how we're
괜찮겠네요.
doing today.
들었나 제군들.
Attention! We have orders from
지금부터
executive manager. From
관리자님의
this
명령에
moment
따라
forth,
전력으로
we'll put our
허수아비를
all
상대한다.
into laying utter ruin into these training dummies. Hey, I didn't even give an order. Oh well, it won't hurt to get our blood pumping in now.
전원 돌격!
All forces charge! They're gonna fight back, aren't they? They're gonna fight back, aren't they?
재료가 잔뜩 있음.
어디 숨?
저쪽에
Ow.
숨.
I'm like,
고기
why?
챙겼으면 달리라움.
I know you like the nuts. They're not for my face.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Fighting back, they're fighting back. Where?
하던 대로 해보십시오.
Yeah, they did not use the mind whip.
내가 눈에
So why,
새겨주지.
huh?
공간을 뭉갠다.
피만 있으면 비켜!
창의적인 발상. 그래도 가급적 전투 중에 떠올리진 않았으면 좋겠는데.
They all have hats. Hey, you guys losing. Don't mind. Good. First, I need.
공격 범위 확인.
Ah, blade.
조용히. 그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군.
The rings are so loud.
처리는 빠르게 하는.
I don't know if you guys can even hear the
덜
rings.
답답한 법이지.
None of the VIII audio like never wants to work.
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 점검.
그간의 전모를
효율적인
볼수
감각 하나만
That's obviously not working too good. The blind guy's not there anymore.
피만 있으면 비켜!
조용히. 딱 좋겠어. 4번 수감자.
제압 완료. 승객 보관 준비.
내 피가 배고파했어. 잘 됐다. 그치?
캬! 내가 먼저다!
대성공은 가끔 신나. 노래 부를까?
와우! 벌써 재료를 저기까지 손질해둔 것이오.
How many waves are there?
오늘 공장 일찍 문 닫을 수 있을 것 같지요.
공격 범위 확인.
한결났네요.
아! 너무 잘못 생겨갔어요.
확인.
모을 필요는 확실히 훌륭하군. 5번
Yay, we
수감자.
beat it.
덕분에 위험한 순간도
Oh, the longer
넘어간
fight
적이
than I was expecting.
많다지.
Deadlani, hi. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day.
위험했네요. 임무를 완수하고도.
Yard. Oh, some, okay. We're training dummies.
여기는 순록. 선멸 지역 진입했어요.
Oh, wait, you're the one that has
이
spikes on him.
기회에 평소 지휘 실력을 확인해 보죠, 단테. 하던 대로 해보십시오.
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 점검.
Hey, hello. Hello. You guys having a good day? I am playing one of my favorite games called Limbus Company. It is a gacha.
적들이 뭔가 기분이 좋아 보이는 것
But
같아. 칼은
it's a good
기분
gacha.
나빠.
I got a big story update last night.
내가 먼저다.
A lot of reading. A lot of reading. The stream is mostly reading.
있으면 비켜.
공간을 뭉갠다. The normal quick way.
적에게 치명성을 입혔군요. 관리자님은
Okay, so far, how's yours? My day's pretty good.
대단한 능력을
I had the day off
갖추셨고
today, which was nice.
제가 늘
Got some
말씀드렸죠.
대성공이야.
stream-related work done.
신나.
옳은 말만
노래
한답니다.
부를까?
Yay. Got more stuff added into my little gacha system.
방해물을
What else did I work on
제거한다.
today? Other than cooking. I've been working on something. Mr. Chalice is awake. Fence people. Yeah, fence people. Give them a follow.
출력 회비치 효율적으로
They're really cute, and they make good content. There's two streamers who stream together. Oh, and they're also slimes. Slime Island Spirits.
제가 괜히 먹을 것들을 사들고 오는 것이 아닙니다, 단테. 이런 부수적인 효과를 기대했었죠.
집속불 뇌파 충전.
Dallas, don't forget you can check into.
환상의 세계로 들어가 보자.
There you go.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않군요.
No one's pulled HR yet. HR is still in there. That isn't Dame. Dame hasn't been dumped yet either. Don't smack me.
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다. 샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
I feel like the audio for her is really low. I should fix that. Millennia Slime from the Grandia 2. No HR. Rig. Well, you have your other currency you could use with the exclamation point adopt. Yeah. Higher chance of getting HR that way.
All I am
Oh,
is
Uchao.
a little Discord kitten.
The second Uchao.
이제 그 도통 알아들을 수 없는 말투만 고치면 딱 좋겠어. 방해물을 제거합니다.
제압 완료. 승객 복원 중.
Must have more slimes. Gotta get all the slimes. Oh, not HR, but you got a door.
순간도 넘어간 거지.
다음은 어디요?
Still in. There's a lot of Takadachi. Herpy.
상쾌하군.
How refreshing.
오, 잠이 깨긴 하네
I
이거.
guess more morning workouts really do wake you up.
매번 큰일 있기 전에
We've gotten so used to
시비나
getting
걸리고
in tussles before we
시작하니까
get to the real meat of his
결국
missions that
이렇게까지
mornings feel
몸을
incomplete
풀어야
without some
직성이
action.
풀리게 되어버린.
그래도 유의미한
Nevertheless,
준비
this was a meaningful warm-up activity.
그런데 홍루 씨는
I've been meaning to
왜
ask Hong Lu,
지금까지
why did you never
가주대전에
consider
참가를 할
participating
생각이
in the family
없었던
hierarchy
건가요?
war before?
다른 형제자매분들은
It seems to me that all of your other siblings have been waiting and training all their lives for this event.
단순해요.
It's simple,
가주가 되고
because
싶다고
I never
생각한
once thought I
적은
wanted to be the family
한
hierarch.
번도 없었어.
정말
Is it not
정말로
truly
다행이지
most
않니?
fortunate?
오글물고
Had you not been born with the jade, my son, you would have had to toil all your life, caring for the family hierarch war like your other siblings do. You didn't waste your strength on those things to win the favor of the elders in Jiamu, venerated by their blessings. Simply witness as much of the world as it has to offer, jade of our family, my precious son, by you. More memories. What's wrong, Gisang? You seem kind of distraught.
어제 파우스트 양이
It's
일컬어주었던
to do with the plan Miss
계획은
Foss had
말이야.
explained to us last night.
나는
Find a
사실
plan
그리
rather
탐탁지가
detestable.
않소.
저도요.
Me too.
하지만
But Hong Lu said he's
홍루
okay
씨가
with it, so
괜찮다고 하셨으니
그런데 그걸
can we even call it a plan if we're being
계획이라고
honest
부를
here?
수가 있는 건가요?
행동의 지침과
And that's
기대
just the
목적을
definition of a
쓰니
plan, given that it
계획이라는
illustrates certain
정의를
instructions to be followed for the purpose of achieving a defined goal.
그리고 가주대전에
Please remember that
두 번째 기회라는
there
건
are no second chances
없으니까요.
in a family hierarchy war. So what we have to do is we have to demonstrate to the elders immortality.
계획보다 더 일찍 의뢰를 완수했네요.
So
저와
almost,
파우스트의
I'm
뛰어난
pretty sure they're just gonna
덕분이지만
fucking
여러분의 노력도
kill Hong
나쁘지
Lu
않았어요.
in front of them and then revive him. On his clock.
호흡드러님 외 12인 철벽당
Young Master
입성하십니다.
Bayu and his 12 companions arriving at Chubitang. We entered the hall where the first round was to be held. As always, the servant by the gate announced our arrival within the resounding hall I've been grown to expect.
투기장이나
An arena or a
경기장 같은
stadium, I see.
형태니까.
We have many eyes on us, Executive Manager.
본인 눈이 참
I looked up to see the audience seats. We're brimming with people. We're divided into stair-like terraces. And on the platform at the opposite end of the hall, 3 shadows of chairs could be seen cast on their obscuring curtain fabric. As for us, we followed the attendant's guidance and stood next to the other participants at the circular area in the center. So, are the evaluations happening past those curtains?
대육?
Dayu? Someone you recognize?
아니요.
No,
괜찮아요.
it's nothing,
단테님.
Dante.
다시 만나도
Even if we were to meet
마땅히 할
again,
이야기가
we don't
없어.
really have anything to talk about anyway.
인연이 있다면
Liar!
이야기할 기회가 닿을 테죠.
Maybe we'll have another chance later if fate wills it. Oh hey,
시작해보네요.
I think it's finally getting started. The curtain slid open, and the old woman we saw from yesterday's banquet walked out to the platform.
나는
Many
운이
scores ago,
따라주어
I ascended to
오래전
the seat of
가모의 자리에
Jiamu with a stroke of
올랐지만은
fortune.
장관
a
세월이
lifetime has
지나
passed since I
이제는
assumed
이
this great
자리를
responsibility.
내려놓고 산하를
Such as it
흘러다니려
is,
한다.
I seek to abdicate and walk the path of mountains and streams as the river does.
그리하여
With the seat
앉았던
voided,
자리는
responsibility seeks the
공석이될진저
one with the qualities of the family
자격을
hierarchy to
갖춘
fill
자는
it.
이를 가씨,
Thus,
설씨,
here at Dongguanyan, the
왕씨,
collective upheld of pillars of
사씨가의 기둥들로
four great
이루어진
houses
이 대관원에
of Jia, Ji,
우리가
Wei,
하루도 잊지
and
않고
Shi.
추구하던
We
하나의
must once
질문에
again
대한
ask
답을
must once again ask you the perennial question:
그대들은
Have you brought
전력을
us aught
다하여
to prove that the
찾아왔을
answer
것이라
indeed
믿는다.
exists? Who's the woman next to her?
제 첫째
she's my
누나인
older sister,
원춘
big sis
누나예요.
Wan Chun.
큐사에 아주
She
높은
married a
신분과
very
혼례를
important
치른
person
후
in Q Corps and
큐사에서
spends most of her
지내시다가
time there.
발걸음을
Looks
하셨나
like she's
보네요.
visiting for the event.
비록 다른 둥지에 머물고
Though I
있다는
have resided long in a foreign
전력의
nest,
지성을
I now
다할 수
return
있도록
fleetingly to share the
잠시
love with my
자리하였으니
flesh and blood. Fulfill my duty as observed by the order of filial piety.
최선을 다해 진리를
I return that the
살피겠노라.
truth shall be observed to the best of my abilities.
누군가는
Some of
순종,
you may have walked a laid path
누군가는
gentle to your
천만 고비
feet,
끝에
and some of
이
you may have
해답을
struggled through
가져왔으니
an unlaid, brutal path of cragged mountains, a thousandfold to find your answers.
하지만
Yet,
1차
regardless
심사의
of
기회는
the severity of your
단 한
suffering, all of you, equally, have but one opportunity for the first round.
그럼에도
Even
그대들은
still,
모두
you were
이고
all once
대관원의
prospective heirs to the great
후계자들이었으며
house. Even your failures shall bring power and
탈락마저도
prosperity
대관원의
to
부흥이
Dang
되리라.
Wan Yun.
이제부터 호명하는 순서대로
Now,
나와
come forth in the order you are
불로,
summoned.
불사,
To demonstrate the invaluable
장생의
answers to the
진귀한
questions of
해답을
three
시연하거라.
freedoms. One from aging, one from death, and one from brevity of life.
시연이
The
불가하다면
nature of your answer
거짓
be
없는 증거를
indemonstrable.
내보여야 한다.
Present ironclad proof.
놓치지
Lose
말고
not and discard
버리지
not.
말라.
Let fresh youth be
젊음은
unending
영원
and eternal.
무궁하리라.
After their respective speeches, Gia Wanchun and Gia Mu disappeared behind the curtains atop the platform.
첫 번째
First
참가자
candidate. Seeing that the Honglu's father assumed the role of the host for the first round.
왕씨
Ren
가문의
of the Wang family.
인.
Man, this fucking Canto's gonna have a lot of characters. Wang Ren, the first to be summoned, walked up to the platform. Behind him was his faction, who were dragging someone by a rope toward the platform.
빨리 와라,
Hurry
멍청한
up,
것.
foolish thing.
누구를 데려가는
What?
거죠?
Who are they dragging up to the stage?
저 정도의 움직임.
Whoever it is, they clearly don't want to be
끌고
here.
가는 것 같다면
불로
To be
불사.
free from aging and death, huh?
태어날 때
Suppose
주어진
every winged
동아리
dream
이상이란
of
게
escaping and rising beyond the body they were born with.
어느 날개나 가지고 있는 수건인가 봐.
Why does Canto suddenly doing puffs for their smoking?
홍원의 불로
They didn't
불사도
do that before.
그런 맥락이겠지.
Each course pursuit of immortality probably isn't special in that regard. He hath brought a blood bag. That's when we were finally able to recognize who the candidate dragged up to the stage. The eyes unfocused and red, mouth slick of drool dribbling down the mouth guard, meaningless, snarling. That is a mindless blood bag. How does the blood fiend become an answer to immortality?
일반 사람들의 시선에서는 불로와
Hi,
가깝게
pastry.
느껴질 수도 있겠지만
Oh, the very first slime. Onyx slime. Don't forget to use the new clock-in. In layman's eyes, blood fiends may appear to have truly attained freedom from aging.
저희는 이미 알고
However,
있다시피
as we are now all aware, blood fiends can grow old and weak after a prolonged period of blood depravity. Deprivation.
짐작컨대 저들이 원하는 답관이
Thus, it is unlikely to provide the answer they seek.
예상되는군요.
After some struggle, the blood bag was dragged, kicking and growling, past the curtains atop the platform.
This is a tasty burger.
Fergie.
저것이 소문으로나 들리던
So
혈기라는
that
것인가?
creature is a fabled blood fiend then.
저걸로 되겠나? 아는 사람이 몇
I doubt they'll do a job.
먹고
Blood fiends would indeed be
타고난
quite the
주제일 텐데 말이야.
esoteric knowledge. But to the judges of this contest, I doubt they're anything more than lukewarm trivia.
왕가 녀석.
Pastry of the stereo
거기나
variety.
절박했나
True.
본데.
Think more pastry slams on my to-do list. It is upcoming after the Arcadian ones. That Wang kid must have been pretty desperate, huh? Is it as lazy as balls, or that boy ain't right in the upstairs? The praise of the knowledge of blood fiends is oddly common amongst his ilk.
본래 혈기는
Indeed,
각
blood
둥지에
fiends are
퍼져
present in
있으니
every nest. It is little surprise that those privy to the arcane knowledge are well aware of their existence. After a brief moment that lasted less than a minute, Wang Ren and his faction emerged from behind the curtains and descended from the platform.
가주 심사 후보
Wang Ren, candidate of the family hierarchy evaluation, stand upon the podium and await your judgment. You're gonna kill him? Then they ascended the round podium behind the platform as ordered,
왕이
thus announcing Wang Ren's results for round 1 of the family hierarchy evaluation. Elimination. Okay, there's eliminating him.
안 돼.
No! Listen, all they need is blood. As long as you supply them with enough blood, they will be eternal and everlasting. Venerable Jiamu, please!
아니,
Nay,
영원하지 않을
what
거라니.
awaits them is no eternity at all.
심사하는 자들의
Verily,
기원.
I know not the shape of this
진정한
true immortality the evaluation
무엇인지는
seeketh to attain, yet
본인도 모르는 피에 종속되어
the
영원을
longevity of a
고통하는
blood
혈기는
fiend, shackled by blood, is
그
endless
방법에
suffering.
손꼽힐 수 없는.
It's unlikely to be one.
그러나
What? But those damn hunters told me they
기억은
still
그대로
retain
가지고
all of their
있다고
memories.
사냥꾼 놈들.
Become a blood fiend is to
모든
surrender
욕망과
all the
감정을
desires
가는
and emotions that exist within
피로
thy being
귀결되어 비틀어져.
for a singular hunger for blood only blood.
끝없이 불행한
Perhaps
삶을
that is an acceptable condition for those who expect
저렇게
nothing but
묻고 싶지
fathomless
않은
torment
것으로 가득한
for the rest of their
자들에게
lives. And for those who have much to lose, but much in life they cling onto, as those present seem to,
불로불사를 주는
the
것이
fate of a
아니라
blood fiend is no freedom from
정신의
aging and
족쇄를
death,
채워
but a
피의
sanguine
노예가
shackle
되어라
to
재촉하는
enslave their
것과
minds.
부엌의 세려보니 훌륭한 답변을
A member of
주었습니다.
Bayu's faction has given an excellent
더
reply.
말할 것도
No
없겠구나.
further elaboration is necessary.
하물며
And you have failed to bring us a high kindred, let alone a blood fiend at all. This creature is but a miserable blood bag. Cannot even well commend your efforts. Here, friend of the Wang family, they have spoken and mercifully given you the full explanation of your mistake. A privilege that failed candidates do not deserve. Let this be the final blessing of your life. Oh shit, they just pushed him down the pit! They are killing the eliminations. The podium suddenly opens under their feet, casting Wang Gran in the blood bag to the depths with a blood-curdling screech. So that's what happens when you fail to pass.
이거 그냥
That's just,
극적인 연출을 위한 거지.
that was just for dramatic effect, right? It's gotta be like a side path leading back upstairs, right? Of course not. Can't you smell the stench of festering pain rising like the heat from the depths?
류시도 참
You've been honing your sense of humor, huh? Some pretty nasty jokes, though.
저 발판 아래는 어디로 이어지는 거지? 낙함으로 추측건데.
Where does that hole lead? Judging by the time between the drop and the sound of the fall, I presume it goes quite far down.
아마도 가문의 오래된
Probably leads
비밀들이
to a
있는
place of lots
장소일
of old
거예요.
family secrets.
아,
Oh,
당연히
not
보물
treasures, of
같은 건
course.
아니랍니다.
Trying to figure out that out might get you a
사람들이
visit from the
알려고
heist show, probably.
흑수도 본격적으로 준비했네.
They went all out with the theatrics, huh?
그래.
Yeah. You could very well be the ones screaming and falling down the hole later.
우리가 당할 수도 있는 거.
The next candidate was summoned before we were even able to shake off the initial shock.
두 번째
The second
참가자
candidate hails from
설씨
the
가문의
Zhu family. We sat through a few more names, subsequent failures. We couldn't hear what exactly they were talking about beyond the curtains, and unlike the very loud and obvious blood bag, the answers other candidates brought were less obvious, so all we had to go on were the shadows of their desperate attempts to explain things before the judges. Another one? B-A-H. It means boring as hell. The longer we watched the death toll rise, the less shocking they became. Are they planning to kill everyone?
여덟 번째 참가자
The eighth candidate, Chai of the Zhu family.
어머,
Oh
아는
my, look,
사람이다.
we know her. She was technically our competition, but it seemed that she managed to give the sinners quite the positive impression with yesterday's brief encounter. Some of them were even cheering her on. We couldn't see exactly what it was that Zhu Baochai brought, but she was also holding something as she entered past the curtains.
설가 부차
Baochai
심사
of the Zhu
결과
family. After her brief meeting with the judges, which going by the shadows cast on the curtains, appeared to have gone better than we had expected, she emerged. And as soon as she did, Baochai immediately turned in our direction, at Hong Lu to be exact. Ow!
보고 있었구나.
Baiyu, you're watching me? Thank you for the bit. And began excitedly waving her hand. She passes. Podium beneath her remains shut.
그래도 잠깐이나마
That's the connection it may have been. Yet I
무적행으로 떨어진
still
것
wish to
같아
see a
보고
familiar
싶지
face be
않은데.
claimed by the abyss.
다행이구려.
I'm glad.
17번째
17th
참가자
candidate, Jia Shishu,
가시 가문의
the Jia family.
시춘
It's Shishun's
시춘 씨
turn.
차례인가 봐요.
She slowly ascended the platform, unaccompanied. Held in her hands a tightly sealed gourd bottle.
비로소 얻었나 보네요.
Looks like she found it. Found the water from the river we saw in Don Quixote's memories back then?
말도 안 돼.
Impossible.
그 레테를?
He reached left? Oh, Otis knows of it?
정말 그곳에 도달했을 가능성은 한없이
The
낮습니다.
possibility that she actually reached there in person is infinitely minuscule.
물론 천문학적
There is
확률을
an
뚫고서 그 강까지 도달했을
infinitesimal,
확률까지 부정하진
oh
않습니다만
my god, so many big words.
저들의
They're
역량으로
false.
이 짧은 시간 동안 가장 깊은 곳 중 한 곳의
Statistical
원료에
possibility that she could
도달한다는
have
것은
reached the river, yet
파우스트로서도
not even Faust could see
상상하기
how someone of their capabilities could reach the fountain head of one of the deepest fathoms. This becomes even more impossible when considering the relatively short passage of time since then and now.
모종의 방법을 통해 새어나오거나 맺혀진 일부를 채취한 것은 아닐지.
A more likely explanation might be that she obtained the waters by collecting its dew, or a portion of what has seeped out.
근데 그
Alas,
강물은
that
기억을
river's
깊게
waters
재워서
serve only
지워질
to
뿐일
put
터
to slumber one's memories.
블루불사와 관계가 있는
Pray,
건가?
doth it truly hold a link to the immortality they seek?
네, 아마도
Yes.
저들이 원하던
It
정신의
is likely
불사와
closely connected to the
밀접한
immortality of the
관계가
mind
있을
they
테죠.
pursue.
그 정보를 알고 있는
As
이들은
there are but
극소수인
extremely small number of people privy
저
to the
병에 담긴
knowledge
것이
of the rivers.
유효하다면
The contents of that
파우스트
bottle are
역시
genuine.
합격률이
Faust
높다고
expects her to pass.
생각합니다.
가시의 시춘
The Shun of the Gia family passes.
귀한 걸
You have brought
얻어왔다.
before us a priceless treasure.
세가로
You
이걸
must have
얻게
taken unparalleled efforts to
노력으로
obtain this,
남겼을 텐데.
given the meager size of your clan.
감사합니다. 원춘한.
Thank you, big sister Wanchun. As Faust expected, all three judges appeared quite satisfied with what Jia Shun brought before them. Is it our turn? Encore? Oh, fuck.
몸이 따라줄진
Been a
모르겠지만
while.
가라면 가야지.
그 다음
Next,
18번째
18th candidate.
참가자
Bloody hell, how many people are there in this household?
가시 가문의
Juan of the Gia family.
한
Oh, what the fuck? He's decked out. He did not look like this before. Gubo, too. Wait, why does Gubo look like that? Our first meeting with the man was less than amicable. I had a strong feeling that another one wasn't going to do anything to improve that. Gia Juan walked up to the platform. We all fell silent, hearing a familiar name. Bastard. I could feel that some sinners were growing tense, some of them even gritting their teeth. And the other man, closely following Gia Juan, holding what looked like the egg of an abnormality, was also a familiar face. I've seen it many times in Yiseng's memories. They brought a fucking abnormality?
단테, 저
Dante,
사람들이 입고 온 거
are you seeing what they're wearing?
대고층
Ego gears.
LC처럼
It can be speculated that they have either developed their own method of
로봇통에서
extraction
구해온 곳으로
or have scavenged them from
수정되는
the
거.
bottoming core. Gubo carries what appears to be an egg of the abnormality.
저걸 그대로 보여줄 셈인.
You plan to just offer them an abnormality egg? How's that an answer to anything?
해석이
By
여지에
becoming
달렸지만
abnormalities, you become immortal. While there is room for interpretation,
환상체 역시
that may present a reasonably argued interpretation that
존재라
abnormalities are
해석할
entities
수도
that
있으니까요.
neighbor immortality.
어떤 환상체의 알인지가
The
관건이겠고.
linchpin of this success hinges on which abnormality eggs that ends up being.
하지만 제가 아는 가왕
If it's Big Brother Gia Juan, I know.
실패할
He's
거라고
never going to risk his
생각하는
life
것은
for something he thinks
절대
will fail.
목숨을 걸지 않을 거예요.
가시환 1차
He is
심사
wearing
합격.
Ego gear. I sounded something like that. I can't remember his name. Spiral of Contempt? Question mark? Juan of the Gia family passes the first evaluation. What was Gubo wearing? I think it was her shooty shotgun. Contrary to most of our wishes, Gia Juan managed to pass the first round as well. Many more candidates came and went. One of them carried a massive, mysterious coffin. Weighing the way. One of them brought a thick book, and one of them presented a cage so tiny that we couldn't see what was within. Some of them managed to pass, but some of them were sent screaming into the mysterious abyss. Yeah, that's pretty alright. As we waited and watched the candidates come and go, people from Encore, their turn complete, approached us.
아직 황혼이 되기에는
Yet early
이른
it is
시간일
for the
텐데.
fight.
다시 마주하는 것이 제법 이르구려.
Yet early it is for twilight to arrive. Thus early too is this meeting of ours. Just to prove his own words back to the LCE, he's come to accept certain things as they are. Ethan coolly regarded his old friend, who is now working for Encore.
빨량하고 앙상한 새 쉼터가 턱
You must find a small and barren respite of yours quite enjoyable. I have not seen you just as you do now since the league fell.
어쩐 일로 내게 걸음한
For what do you now approach me? The rest is too great betwixt us to chatter on of any affection to speak of. Do not mistake my intent, for it wasn't I who desired to approach you. My teammate simply wished to have a look at his brother's face, and I thought I might as well see how you are faring.
가주대전이 열리니 모두들 대관원으로
Everyone's coming back to Deng Huangyan now that the family hire war started, brother.
형?
This is our first meeting since then, right?
세상
If it isn't the doltish fool who has eyes but knows not how to see, I know you well enough. You normally turn purple with aversion upon hearing even a brief mention of the word hierarch. So why are you here? Who are you and your sneaking entourage working for this time? Is that the Shui girl, blinded by your looks to the revolting rot within? Or is it Shishun, who still defends you in your meaningless, profound spiel, deluded in her belief that you are still the same boy from her childhood? Why didn't you save him? No. Let me ask you a different question. Why did you save her, and only her, Jia Baoyu?
형,
Brother,
사람은
humans die.
필연코
It's
죽기
what they're born
마련이야.
to do.
곧 다음 심사가 시작됩니다.
The next candidate will be judged soon.
자리로
Candidates must
돌아가주십시오.
return to their seat. You're a servant. You're barely even a living thing. Let us return. This discourse will not bear any fruit. Okay, so Encore has ego now.
아주 만남의 광장이 따로 없군.
What's this, a reunion party? That's your sour things, those shameless bastards. Obviously here to nick our seat again. Maybe. Something about them feels different today.
어느 쪽이든
Whichever is the case,
저들보다 높은
safer option
순위로
would be to
대전을
place higher
마치는
than
게
them.
안전할 테죠.
Another one falls.
이걸
His
지켜보고
family
있는
has to be
사람
watching us,
중에서
right? I
저
wonder if
사람의
they'll be okay.
가족들도 있을 텐데.
Sinclair mutters, watching another candidate fall down to the trapdoor.
보고 있다면
I can't imagine how anyone would be okay watching their own fall like. Sinclair, people sitting behind us. They're his parents, the guy who just fell. We raised that failure as our own son? What a pathetic disappointment.
그래도
Don't worry.
우리 셋째는
I have faith in our
잘해낼
third
거예요.
child. I mean, it's not like we expected anything from this one, right?
기대도 하지 않았잖아.
This.
가주가 되기만
Now I
하기
see
위해
what it means.
살아왔다는 거.
Dedicate your whole life to becoming a family hierarch.
많은 분들이 가주가 되는 걸 간절히 바란답니다.
Many people desperately vie for the seat of family hierarch. Of course, some of them, like his parents, hope to
자신과 친하거나
have their friend
피로
or
이어진
close
누군가
blood
가주가
relative
되는
become the
걸
family hierarch instead.
직접 가주가 되지
So
않도록
they seek to see the lifetime
밀접한
worth
이가
of
가주에
riches,
오르는
power,
것은
and recognition by planting
평생의
someone they can control in
입신양명과
the family
부귀영화를 손에
hierarchy,
넣겠다는 심사니까.
without becoming one themselves.
그렇게 만든 건 유통기한이
That kid's got a low shelf life.
이런 뜻하지 않은 기회로 인해
Looks like I finally got to know how my long-lost siblings are doing,
형제자매들의 안부도
thanks to this unforeseen opportunity.
27번째
27th candidate, Han of the Zhu family.
한.
Zhu Han? Heard that name before?
아, 보차 누나의
He's a
오라버니
big,
되시는 분이에요.
he's big sis Bao Chai's older brother. Zhu Han walked up to the platform, holding what appeared to be a large jar with multiple talismans plastered all over it.
눈빛이 뭔가 쎄하지 않아?
Hey, is it just me, or does that guy look like he's totally up to something?
여기 안 그런 사람이
Let's be
어디
honest,
있어?
who here doesn't?
근데
Yeah,
나도
but
느꼈어.
that saw is different. He's there was sending to the platform and into the curtains. He walked up to the podium. Mate looks to me like he's completely lost the plot. Kill people.
참가자 설반.
Candidate Zhu Pan, who ascend to the platform and enter the curtain threshold.
고든 길이
Where's the
아니야.
fun of walking down the straightforward road?
좋은 구경은 다 같이
It's only right
하는
that
게
someone
이치에
seems so
맞지
precious that
않겠나?
entertaining should be shared with everyone. Wouldn't you agree? Places the jar on the ground, and from within, a desiccated hand emerges. Pathetic sorcerer's trickery. Russia muttered with palpable distaste. Why is he?
안에서 뭐가 나온 거야?
The hand. He's trying to kill the other contestants. What the heck is that? Corpses. The desiccated flesh covered in a light, sparse layer of old papers crawled out of the jar, began to shamble. But neither distortions nor abnormalities. Their behavior reminds me of blood bags, or sub-entities enslaved by abnormalities. Any semblance of consciousness has been stripped away from them. They'll attack indiscriminately. They're zombies.
강한 살의를 지속적으로 내보이는 것으로 보아.
The themes are just as intent of maiming and killing, whatever. Whoever they can get their claws on. Executive manager, let's prepare for battle. Your orders. They're killing the audience. The jar monster set upon the audience, stuffing the struggling, still breathing victims into their jars. Why aren't the organizers doing anything? This is still an event hosted by VIII, isn't it?
가주대전에서 다른 사람들을 해하면 안 된다.
Because there isn't a rule in the family hierarchy that prohibits bringing harm to other people. They're just gonna sit back and put out their phone because no one specifically told them to step in? Ha. The hell.
어떻게 해야 해? 우리가
What do we now? Should we step in?
살아남은 다음에
We should probably survive and ensure our safe participation in the family hierarchy war.
이게 뭐야?
What the hell are these? Oh god. Get away from me. What's that gamer stuff come out of my nose? As the monsters began to swarm in, some candidates scattered and ran away, while some stood their ground and fought back. Those who did neither were the ones getting slaughtered. I was simultaneously reminded of Assad, and the confident smile she flashed at me as she reassured us that we should be able to pass the first round with little to no trouble. Looks like we have no choice but to take them down. Yay! Zombies! Okay. Oh, they actually have legs.
선물을 잔뜩 만들 수 있을 것 같음. 기쁘고
Hell
신나는
jar
날이요.
monster. Yeah, it's not good. I have the rupture potency, rupture count as target. So they just don't care about rupture. What did he say? I have returned. Welcome back, Impulse. Welcome back, Uchao. Who to what say? Okay, so if this unit killed itself, apply attack power up to all. Okay, so there are stuff rupturing. Randomly inflicts 2 of the following effects next turn. Dies after dealing 10 damage. Are we winning, son? Yeah, we're winning. Fighting zombies.
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어.
How is it going, y'all? How was Kroger's? Dallas adopted you.
약점인 것 같음.
공간을 뭉갠다.
이만하면 훌륭하군요.
Okay, so they got attack power up. Why are they all struggling?
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 정리.
Lead team is still better, but let us work upon the lead.
멀미봉투는 좌석 밑에 있어. 내 피한테 토하지 마.
You have 10 shields.
방해물을 제거합니다.
Stop losing flashes! God damn it.
지금이 기회인 것 같소. 다음은 어디요?
피만 있으면 비켜!
Yay!
조용히.
Actor? Yes.
피만 있으면 비켜!
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다.
But they poison too?
참고로 기계는
I would
입에
like
달린
them to give us
말단
identities
쉽게
that
하지 않아요.
poison enemies at some point. I was thinking this the other day. I feel like they should have given the snakes that ability.
캬! 야
Would have
먼저다.
been an appropriate time to do this.
설마 벌써 걸려? 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니
대성공이야. 가른 신나.
일처리
노래
빠르게
부를까?
하는 덜 답답한 법이지.
와우! 벌써 재료를 저기까지 손질해둔
Look at the bar
것이오.
there.
오늘 공장 일찍 문 닫을 수 있을 것 같지요.
One hit, the target has 5 corruption. Like one depends on what happens. We saw enemies click poison equals the number of turns that pass during the battle. When it kills itself, by okay, so
캬! 야 먼저다.
전투 감각 하나만큼은 문제가 되어도 훌륭하긴 하군. 이제 그 도통 알아들을 수 없는 확실히 훌륭한 5번 수감자. 덕분에 위험한 순간도 넘어간 적이 많다지.
개체에게 일격을 가하는 데 성공했습니다. 샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
공격 범위 확인.
설마 벌써 죽었냐? 그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없지 않았군.
한결 남네.
고치었습니다.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
잘 있습니다.
제압 완료.
louder.
승객 보관 준비.
The thumb? Wait, what the fuck? What do you mean the thumb?
차원 파동 장갑.
Oh, finally seeing the
충전 완료.
thumb, are we? Here? No, okay, it's a thumb. Okay, we're not.
늦으면 내피랑 먼저 갈
I
거야.
don't know why it's called that. This is after the fight.
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 점령돼.
출력 최대치. 개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다. 제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이
뭘
증명되는 것
잘못했는지
같아
아는
다행이죠.
것부터가 시작이 됐어.
또 3번 수감자가 헛짓이라도 했나 보군.
캬! 내가 먼저다.
효율적으로.
귀만 있으면 비켜!
조용히.
직원들이 불리한 조건에
Okay, that was staggered.
놓였군요.
That's good.
하지만 제일 우수한 AI가 저라는 사실은 여전히 변함이 없네요.
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어.
공간을 뭉갠다.
연장 솜씨가 현란하죠. 선물 만들고 도구 연습만 하는 것이요.
확실히 훌륭한 두번 골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
비켜! 내가 먼저다!
이제 가진 것은 전기밖에 없는데 이것까지. 그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없지 않았군요. 전투 감각 하나만큼은 수감자가 되어도 훌륭하긴 하군. 이제
환상의
보통
세계로
알아들을 수 없는 말투만 웃지만 딱 좋겠어. 4번 수감자.
한결같네요.
다음은 어디요? 적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
방해물을 제거합니다. 수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
Oh, god damn it. No, real shit. She's dead.
직원 중 하나가 큰 피해를 입었군요.
Extremely dead.
그러나 아시다시피 우리는 앞으로 나아가기만 할 뿐 돌이킬 수 없어진 것은 눈길을 주지 않아도 된답니다. 효율적으로.
Don't believe this one's gonna be much help. Audio's so loud. That was like peeking in a red. No one told me anything.
귀만 있으면 비켜!
조용히. 의심, 암귀, 불안과 공포, 그런 것들이 들끓을 때가 가장 취약하죠. 알아듣겠습니까? 지금이 적기라는 것입니다.
비켜! 내가 먼저다!
I'm doing a challenge where I can only use IDs from this area, and I had to rule bend 3 times letting me use any support passive, any Honglu ID. And synced on because someone says she looks like she's from this area. I mean, she's from the east, so it kind of works out.
쉽게 하지 않아요.
Any like Eastern ID should be fine. I just hope your day is going well. Hope you're enjoying the Canto. I mean, the East Sync? Yeah. I understand what you meant. But remain inside the hall after the battle was devastating. Many in the audience seats had fled, as the seats that were once brimming with people were only half filled. And the candidates zoned down here was littered with bodies of candidates who were mauled to death. Meanwhile, the jar monsters, having eaten their fill, had already crawled back into the jar. I looked around and saw some candidates still holding tightly onto the treasures they each had brought to the contest, even as they drew their last breaths. In the midst of all this destruction stood the cause of this chaos. Watching the slaughter play out with assured confidence. Brothers Hong Lu dies? Yeah, I think that's mostly pretty obvious. How will you attain freedom from aging? How will you argue freedom from death? Mind so dull and body so frail. What say you, judges? I present before you not only the clue to immortality, but also a treasure that brings ruin to those who would dare to deceive you. Here is my answer to the perennial question. So you have brought us the clay of the jar. It can be said that those who failed to survive this do not qualify as family hierarchy candidates. Yes? Han of the Zhu family passes. He gets to pass when he almost got everyone in here killed. All that matters is that what he has brought meets their standards. Looks like he managed to get 2 birds of 1 stone. He eliminated the distracting rabble from the competition. If we ever run into that bastard in round 2, you better let me take more than a few swings at him. 28th candidate, Shi Dazhen from the Shi family. But no one walked up to the platform. As he has failed to appear, he is eliminated by default. Dia Sheng called a few more names thereafter, but 29th candidate, 30th candidate. Do you like the association? Yes. Didn't notice that. I do wonder if they have any affiliation with the association, or if it's just, same name. The number of candidates has clearly been culled, but none appeared. Disappointing the MB. Yeah. All the mediocre bunch got wiped out from that attack. And the leftovers are exhausted. Ryoshi looked around as though she was doing some sort of critique. Huh? That lug. This dude. Oh, he is from the farm. Okay. That motherfucker. Okay, someone she knows. Alright. Finally getting some little bit of Ryoshi's backstory. Well, I'll be. Thought you'd gone and vanished into the earth. What the hell are you doing crawling around out here? Girl, I saw you giving me the evil eye. Let's at least have the decency to say hi, eh? Ryoshi, that guy's talking to you, right? And in a very, very rare display of raw emotion, I realized that she was anxious and furious. Uh-oh. Do you know him? What an absolute unit. Looks got to be at least 2 meters tall. Do not look at that man, Dante. And everyone, avert your eyes as well. It is strongly recommended that we do not say a word to him. That's right, you shrimps. You gotta first whack them teensy brains of yours. Gotta think real hard about whenever you even come close to my ring for running your mouths, you hear? Shithead. Lei Hang. He's a finger. The Fum is a syndicate with the strictest adherence to rigid hierarchical structure, even among the fingers. And its placement in the hierarchy is the highest even among their capos. His rank is immediately beneath this position of Soto Capo, or underboss. A small mistake could drag us into a battle we do not want to fight. Please order everyone to not say a word, Dante. I don't know what's going on, but I get it. Think that we're this close to having another Ricardo hunting us down, right? Yeah, let's avoid that. Do as Foss asks everyone. Lei Hang began stomping his way through the crowd toward us, casually but forcefully shoving everyone in his way to the sides. His gait was blaze and brutish, but I noticed that his eyes were fixed intently on Ryoshu. It seemed that among the crowd were some people in higher positions as well, but even they either averted their eyes or voluntarily got out of his way. He marched confidently through the frozen crowd, as though he was familiar with this kind of reception, until a cry rang out from the crowd. You there, you big brute! How dare you block young Master Nanguang Kyowake's view? I have you know that you stand before the retinue of the Nangong family, house that shall soon be one of the 4 houses. Without a reply, heard a blast of gunpowder, then saw the right arm of the man who spoke out catapult into the air. The scream muffled as Lei Hang forcibly shoved his giant hand down the man's throat. Then with a sound of wet meat being pulled apart, he ripped the entire length of the man's tongue out through the mouth. Young Master Nangong Yanhi, ain't he? You owe me an arm now. Mighty sorry, but you should have kept a tighter leash on your boy's jawing. The young master of some prestigious house presented his right hand, so it was clear that he was utterly terrified. Lei Hang proceeded to grab his hand and break it off his forearm like snapping a twig. That was easy on you, boy. Seeing a friendly face put me in a good mood. Anywho, I don't reckon you miss the spider's house, eh? Can't imagine why anyone would. Gives me the heebie-jeebies too, whenever I gotta swing by. We got some catching up to do later. I teach you how to hold your sword real right, like back when. Where's mine the best of them all? I thought I taught you how to make every cut real fucking delicious.
류슈 씨, 아직 때가 아닙니다.
Ryoshu? No, it's not yet the time. Boss whispered to Ryoshu in a low voice without raising her head. Shut up for a damn second. Boss trusts that you still remember the promise made prior to your appointments. Get that stick out of your behind, kiddo. I ain't here to pick you up. I sure as hell ain't trying to teach you a lesson either, like back when. Your baby's still at that house, ain't that right? Oh. Daughter confirmed? Ryoshu was grabbing the hilt of her sword like she was about to unsheath it. The same sword she refused to unsheath for the duration of our entire journey. Huh. Am I wrong about that? What tarnation happened then? I ain't exactly nose deep in them fellas' business, you gotta understand. It's something sure as hell went down though, didn't it? Ah, now ain't that something? So you're really fixing to unsheath that blade? Miss Ryoshu. In a quiet but coldly stern voice, Foss calls Ryoshu's name. I cannot wait for her, Canto. Ryoshu mother confirmed milk alert. Ryoshu is my favorite sinner, and I've been looking forward to her Canto the most. So I am very excited that she's next. After Honglu. Ryoshu. Someone's got a cell phone? Ryoshu cancels the Canto? That'd be funny. Mine is Dawn. Quixote. Ah, dang it. What in the gosh dang? My bad, y'all. I really gotta take this. It's the underboss calling. Y'all gotta understand. This is the first time anyone's had a cell phone. Alrighty then, I'll meet you later. We can talk about your daddies or shoot some other shit then. See you around, Yoshihide. Okay, so finally confirmed that her name's Yoshihide. So many sinners and their fake names. My favorite sinner is me. Impulse, gotta stop sinning every day, man. It's getting out of hand. Strange man turns around and stomps his way for the crowd again. his booming voice reverberating across the entire hall as he loudly and boisterously answers the call. He's got to be here for the family hierarchy war, right? The outcome of the family hierarchy evaluation determines the immediately foreseeable future of each core, which brings parties of varying, possibly clashing interests here. Hey, Heathcliff. Notice you didn't rush ahead this time. I was worried it was going to be like the time with the middle. I know a thing or two about the phone back from my syndicate days. And about what happened with the middle, like I said, I had no bloody idea who those things belonged to, besides that sod. He's more powerful and violent than Ricardo, an individual we had encountered in the past. The Fum commands its own manner of terror and violence, unlike that of the middle. As we were all sharing our impressions of Lei Peng, I found Ryoshi frozen in place, in the same position she had been in when Lei Wang walked past her, facing out. All the way to the pinky, huh? Please! Let's see the pinky. Ryoshi muttered something to herself as further chaos was about to overtake the crowd and the candidates. Okay, so she knows about the pinky, she knows about the thumb, she knows about the ring. She's involved with like all the fingers. Somehow. We have Honglu, Don, Ryoshi, and most likely Otis taking the game. Yeah, Otis 100%. Odysseus. So many fake names. Ryoshi muttered something to herself. Even further chaos was about to overtake the crowd and the candidates. 32nd candidate, Jia Q. Oh, and finally. Jia Zheng caught upon the next candidate. And at the mere mention of the name, the chaos that had swallowed the hall immediately settled to a hushed silence. Purple. Jia Q walked up to the platform, unaccompanied by his own faction, but not alone. Who are those people next to Jia Q? I've never met them before. Oh, then that must mean that they're Big Brother Jia Q's answers to immortality. Huh? Who could they possibly be? These of them appear to be particularly skilled in combat. Yeah, they're both constantly looking around like they're nervous. They are. Boss believes that they are survivors of the library. Oh. Survivors. The only ones who survive the impossible, inevitable odds, and the insurmountable force. They're the only survivors who may be able to explain that very force. Possibly. Candidate Q of the Jia family. Jia Q didn't spend much time behind the curtains. He walked out soon after, his steely expression unchanged from when he entered it. Testimony rings true. They are both survivors of the place that soared beyond a star of the city before it vanished. It is a shame that we are unable to procure ourselves an invitation then. He passes. Jia Q's expression did not budge. Anxiety's gotta be a foreign concept to that guy. Wait, who was them? They could. I'm thinking that they're probably just general receptions because they didn't have names. Then that covers all the candidates, it seems. With the first round complete, with all four families who have graced this hall. Excuse me. Unlike Jia Q, whose appearance plunged the hall into utter stillness, Hong Lu's sudden interjection roused the room to a roaring chaos of confusion once again. Bayou? What? I think I might have missed a candidate. What do you mean? I believe we have covered every candidate present in the list. You missed me. Jia Baoyu of the Jia family will partake in the family hierarchy evaluations. Yeah, so I'm assuming they're probably just general invitations who got unbooked at the end of the events of the game. Declaration of participation. Isn't that Jia Baoyu? What's that doing here? What did he just say? I had a feeling this was going to happen, but we really kicked the hornet's nest, huh? Hark, one and all, and gaze upon our glory. In the 11th hour, doth the final band of heroes arrives. He's saying, don't pretend you're not with us. Huh? Let's give the audience a wave. Guys, I don't think they're taking the announcement too well. The large portion of the audience is vicariously expressing their collective confusion, wrath, and concern. These emotions are expressed by their jaws that have been opened past a certain degree. As Marceau observed, I realized that the chaos wasn't restricted to the audiences. The candidates were starting to get agitated too. And there he is, the disgusting, duplicitous bastard who brings annihilation to everyone around him with that silly, innocent smile. Huh? What's going on? I thought Bayou wasn't participating in the hierarchy war. That dumbass. Why is your neck clean? Explain yourself. Now. This saw told me to grab onto your sword like my life depended on it if you said that exact phrase. I almost forgot. Oh. Thank you, Chow. I'll do a squat right now. Blimey, can't we just... She mentioned you too, Heathcliff. She told me that if you ever said anything like, can't we just give him a good beating and be done with it? Right.
이런 광경은 오랜만이네요.
What? Squats are gonna bankrupt me? That's a good thing. That means you can never ask me to draw you anything. Haha, what a throwback. Decorum. I demand decorum. I hope you do not mean to risk having your body marred. But withdraw your name. It isn't too late. Now. I'm heading in, Father. 33rd candidate. Bayou of the Gia family. Come forth. Ready, Dante? I don't know. And what about you, Ryoshu? I'm itching to get chopping. Need to vent this shitty feeling. Are you sure they're going to be okay, Foss? Ryoshi's gonna slice his neck clean? This is something that must be done regardless of the soundness of its participants. Foss spoke sternly. I still quite detest this plan. Let's be honest for a sec. Are any of us actually happy to go through with this? Okay, I guess there's a one. Hong Lu, Ryoshu, and I walked up to the platform. Up close, it was much larger, grander, and more imposing than I thought it would be. Enter the fabric threshold. Once we walked past the curtains as instructed, we saw Jia Wanchun, Jia Mu, and Jia Zhang waiting for us inside. I know not what, in your life beyond the hedges, could have wrought this change of heart. But to see you aspire to the seat of the hierarch is indeed a sight most curious. It's been a while, big sister. Has the life in Q Corps been treating you well? I have seen and learned much, as you must have by you. Now I see your true reason for returning home today. I'm sorry, grandmother. I thought better than to let this be common knowledge. So you did. Now that you have revealed your intent, withdrawal is no longer an option. Very well. Now present the answer that you've brought here today. After you have already sat through many people standing in the same place I am now, explaining to you what it was that they brought. I suppose you would much prefer that I give you a straightforward, visual demonstration than make you sit through another 1,000-word lecture. Hong Lu gave Ryoshu a nod. Yes, I'm okay. Our answer that we may be able to demonstrate before them is resurrection via Dante's power. To show them that to us, death is but a temporary setback. And a most dramatic demonstration of that ability would be to slice your neck clean. Oh, vertical! As I said, Hong Lu dies. Blade, we got the vertical slash. Indeed. You have certainly demonstrated something. You are truly the less dreary part of today, Bayou. Ha, I see. So the most effective way to do it would be for me to get killed in front of them. Without any room for ambiguity at that. Yes. Then that mean that one of us has to make sure that Honglu no longer lives? Oh wait, no need to beat around the bush. Remember what we did to each other when we first met? Then Heathcliff, is the implication that you are still willing to murder Honglu without hesitation? Murder, mate. Did you really have to put it like that? Verily, I do not wish to hurt my good companions more than I already have. It may be a stretch to say that it is fortunate, however. We seem to have an individual among us who may be able to carry out the task in a most painless, swift, and unburdened manner. And everyone immediately turned to look at. Oh. So how would you like to be cut? Where's that fucker Lei Hang? Who's he working with? Seeing that slicing Honglu in half did nothing to distract Ryoshi from her own thoughts. Jiamu watched us in silence, motionless in her seat. You have split his brain in half. You have irreversibly ended this child's life. Not even life insurance shall be able to bring him back now. Bayou. Well then, what will you do now? You have no means to restore this jade of the family. For your transgressions, you will spin it. So it turned, in one of the most high-intensity situations I'd ever turned it. Ryoshi for the win? Ryoshi for the fucking win. Love her. The muscle fibers, the nerves, the flesh that was split, all began to reconnect like a rewinding videotape. What? Huh? Wait, why doesn't this hurt at all? Rish's skill with the sword wasn't no joke. I didn't feel even the slightest bit of discomfort. I doubt Honglu even realized that he was dying. Bayou, I truly realize it has been a while since we've met. He has grown quite bold. I smell beasts. Dark shadows had appeared outside the curtains, surrounding us before I even realized what was happening. Bull, rooster, dragon, monkey. Haisho here. Ooh, we get to see them? I want to see the rooster. The task was to find the answer to freedom from aging and death. Not to break a taboo and to precipitate the destruction of our home. It has not been long since a family that once led H-Core was brought to ruin. No arbiter nor claw shall ravage a family of Hongguan again. Is restoring the brain breaking a taboo? Wait, Chinese zodiac? Yep. The Heisho are based on the Chinese zodiac. They mentioned it in... I didn't mention it. I think one of the IDs may have mentioned it, like the 12 earthly branch. Yao Wanchun appeared ready to command the Haisho to kill us all, but Jiamu silenced her with a wave of her hand. You will wait. Venerable Jiamu, once the resurrection is complete, the head will... We must end this before they... Hold for one moment. To be rash in judgment is to judge incompletely. I wish not to lose either, our treasure and a clue to immortality. Honglu was whole again. Ah. Thank you, Ryoshi. It really didn't hurt at all. And you too, Dante. No problem. Grandmother, Big Sister Wanchun. Did you see that? This is the immortality I found. Are we safe? If aught be owed, a swift vengeance shall arrive in time. It is simply yet to return. Jiamu's quiet utterance seems to dissipate the forces that had surrounded us outside the curtains. Oh no, I wanted to see them though! Damn it. Jia Baoyu, in the first round of the family hierarchy evaluations, you pass. Few of the Gia family passes. What trickery is this? I thought he was off on some sightseeing tour away from Hongwan like a jobless rich kid. With he managed to find his own answer. Thus ends the first round. Those who pass must prepare for the second round, set to commence tomorrow. Remember, candidates are barred from harming one another between now and the commencement of the second round, the evaluations. This is your one and only rule, thus remember it well. Anyone who dare break it shall immediately be disqualified. That is all. Jia Zhang announced the end of the first round. Everyone in the audience's seat began rushing toward the first floor. Getting mixed up with that crowd's probably not a great idea. Let's get out of here. Indeed. Let's immediately return to Hong Lu's room. And we decided to slip out of here before the curious crowd swept us away. However, as we turned around to leave, put Jia Q on our path. Oh, big brother Q, congratulations on passing the first round. I hear that you have passed as well, young master. Congratulations are in order, it seems. How is it that you, young master, who has not shown an inkling of ambition toward the seat of the hierarch, suddenly emerged as one of its candidates, positively stealing the show? Well, you know, sometimes people get swept up by random surges of ambition. Was that surge of ambition your company's, and not young Master Bayu's? Well, if our last meeting didn't confirm it, it sure seems like they know us well. Have we not impressed upon you enough that we were nicely remain within the borders? Instead, he sparked such disorder at the fringes of his perimeter. I saw that his only role in this design would be to be played as a pawn by Jia Shishun, no more. My lord, perhaps you have overestimated this young master. Are you still of the belief that inaction is a path without consequences? I didn't even get to say hello to you earlier, Brother Q. Bayu of the Jia family formally extends his greetings to you. I realize that this is the first time we're meeting face to face since I reached adulthood. Speaking of which, did you manage to stitch Big Brother Yi Huan and Mr. King Tao's heads back onto their bodies? Heathcliff was the first to let out a flabbergasted gasp before the other sinners followed suit. I guess that's just how siblings of Hong Yun greet each other, huh? Seems like Miss Bao Chai was just a particularly nice exception. You ask a question that deserves no answer. You have arrived here, unprepared, yet ready to cast yourself into the flames, all for the mere reason that your turn had come. If your mind hasn't changed, it would have been wise to remain unseen and unnoticed as you were. Yes, thank you for your concern. This facade of wisdom, pensiveness worn upon your speech is truly intractable. Do I do that? Noticing Jia Q's hand tighten around his weapon, Ishmael quickly jumped in. Oh, in case you forgot, there's a rule preventing candidates who passed the first round killing each other. Hopefully, I'm not the only one who remembers that. If you're going to continue to bully us, don't be surprised if there are consequences. Otis, you finished preparations, right? Mm-hmm. The reinforcements are standing by at the front gates. Huh? What reinforcements? God. Which is why I'm warning you that taking any rash action prior to the start of the second round could result in a pointless skirmish for both of us. A loud boast from an illusionary army in an empty fortress, though I believe that sheer might is hardly the quality one should flaunt. I'm not intent on fighting you here. Be about you will beget great suffering by endeavoring to embrace beyond your abilities. Yet he still wishes to challenge and be broken, then perhaps that outcome is simply meant to be. And at that, they turned around and left us. It seemed that they were here only to give us a warning. What a relief. I thought we had to fight Jia Q and his Heisho pack. They did see right through us, in the end. But hey, nice teamwork, Otis. What unbelievable impudence. Did you notice how they did not even glance at the rest of us for that entire exchange? Zhu Baochai peeked out from the pillar before walking up to Hong Lu. You passed the first round. I'm so happy for you, Baiyu. Seriously, what's going on here? I didn't imagine even in my wildest dreams that you'd be participating in the family hierarchy war. Congrats to you too, big sister Baochai, for passing the first round. Gathering from the fact that you hid it even from me, you really didn't want anyone to know, right? Yeah. I imagine that must have kicked up quite the ruckus with everyone. I'm starting to feel kind of bad about this. Somehow, we ended up lying to everyone. Hey, don't beat yourself up over it. Own it instead. Well, if it's all the same to you, then I want to say that I'm so happy that you decided to take part. I was worried that you might have already left Dangguan so far away from me by the time I finished with the family hierarchy war. That would have been too bad. But I'm glad that we'll get to spend more time together, even as contestants. Don't forget to say hello and give me a wave if we ever run into each other, okay? Zhu Baochai left us to rejoin her faction, moving sweetly as she did so. Carolyn, your ears are dirty. You always have a ways to go, huh?
돌아오셨습니까, 도련님?
You have returned, young master. Yep. Good evening, Zirin. Zirin bowed wordlessly in the same detached coldness we sensed earlier. She did not seem at all excited about her master's success today, nor did she appear to be concerned about him.
도련님께 서신 하나가 도착했습니다.
The letter has arrived for you, young Master Baiyu.
너무도 확연하게
You didn't even try to hide the fact that the envelope was tampered with, did you?
전달하는 것까지가
My responsibility was to deliver the letter.
온전한 형태로 지켜야
Protect its integrity was not one of my obligations. Hong Liu, are you sure she's your maidservant? It's okay. She's not wrong. Jiren, can I ask you something? Jia Ling promised to play a rock-tossing game with me, but I can't find him anywhere. That's well, let's see. How many numbers have you learned so far, young master? Jiren and I learned up to 10. Then he'll be back after 100 nights sleep. Sleep 10 nights, 10 times, then that's 100 nights. Oh, that's so cool, Jiren. You're so smart. Oh, it's nothing. Something we all learned growing up. Jiren, I slept 10 times, 10 nights, but I still don't know where Jia Ling's gone. Did I say that young master Jia Ling was to return? He said he'll be back after 100 nights. Oh. 100 nights is hardly enough, young master. It will take at least 1,000 nights. Given what they did to him. I see. You're smart as always, Zirin. Young master. It's been years, but young master Jia Ling's body is still decaying. Something's happening to her arm, too. He has lost control over half of his body. Even after he was fed the boluses I'd sent him? I was told to relay that your boluses were useless, young master. The decay reached his brain, and I overheard the other servants gossip that it is impossible to recover from such a wound. Body is functionally dead. Death would be preferable, in fact. So give up your naive hope. Forget about him. You're always so smart, Zirin. I will now read the letter, Executive Manager. Alright, yeah. As I stood there pondering, Otis walked up to the front with the letter in hand. This is from Manager Sod. Hello everyone. Heard you managed to pass the first round. I wrote this letter before I heard the news, actually. You wouldn't even be reading this letter if you hadn't passed. The heck? Let's save the celebration for later. The real game starts in round 2. The other candidates must have been making alliances, strategies, sharing information about the next round. Meanwhile, you guys stumbled around, aimless and alone, before returning to your lodging. And now, here you are, reading my letter. She watching us from somewhere?
그래도 안심하세요.
But not to worry. For your team specifically, round 2 doesn't require much strategizing.
난전이자
Because it'll be messy and continuous battle after battle.
항상 하던 대로
The battle on as you always do. Huh?
당신들이
It's what you do best, right? Now, hold on.
더 자세하게
I would like to go into more detail in this letter, but I'm sure this letter will be, and has been, most likely, intercepted by someone from other candidates, clans, or coalitions. In order for you to obtain our objective, you have to rely on what you have learned and gained so far, your intuition and fearlessness. Like I said earlier, we have but one purpose. The textual clue suggests that one's purpose is implied to come in second place and obtain the golden bow. Well, that wraps everything up then. Oh, one last thing. Shameless curs who have rested their eyes upon the contents of this letter without authorization shall be struck down with a curse of misfortune the last generations upon generations. Ne'er shall they ever be successful in any endeavor regardless of nature. Bottom part of the letter has been torn off, huh? What a way to end a letter. So does anybody know what to expect in round 2? That letter really didn't help with anything at all.
자세한 규칙은
It'd be better to learn the exact rules on site and hear from the organizers themselves.
듣는 귀와 보는 눈은
It's likely that there are forces who already have their eyes and ears on us. Executive manager, there's someone by the door. Right on cue, eh? I don't think that's what this is. This message is for Onyx Slime. Any others who read it will be cursed. Guys, close your eyes. Don't look at chat. Damn it. You. Grab your weapons. Prepare for bat. Oh, just them. Just them. Uh-oh. 1,000 curses upon you, just. Despite our rush, the person by the door was none other than Jishun. He wore an expression that we had grown quite familiar with by now. An interesting combination of annoyance and disappointment. Why do I ever expect anything better from you anymore? So you're just opening your front door to anyone, even without checking who knocked? Just like that? I thought you were done talking with. Yeah, we can be pretty heedless from time to time. I don't think anyone who's intended to kill us would have decency to stand and hesitate in front of my door, wondering if she should knock or not. Earlier in round 1, you had yourself killed in front of Jiamu and Big Sister Wan Chun, didn't you? And revived yourself in front of them too, I presume. Right. Why even go that far, huh? What's gone into you, brother? Family hierarchy, really? Why now? Why all of a sudden? I can tell just from that look on your face that you couldn't care less about becoming something like a family hierarch. Is that really it? That they told you to do it? Bishun, imagine just for the sake of it, what if, just what if, like what if our actual goal isn't to come in first place? Do you seriously expect me to believe that? Right? Totally. Hey, I wouldn't buy that either. Anyways, I'm not here to ally or parlay with you. I'm never ever doing anything like that with you again, brother. It'll be nighttime soon, you know. And your room's always been so dark because you barely let so much of the ray of moonlight in. Seems like she's warning us that we'll be visited by some uninvited guests soon. Yeah. No way they're letting you, a sudden unforeseen variable, spend a night in peace. Didn't they warn us earlier that round 2 candidates are prohibited from hurting each other? Let's see. The only thing that matters is the exact wording of the law, not the spirit of it. Right. They won't intervene as long as the candidate's not trying to kill a fellow candidate. Literally, with their own hands. So don't trust anyone, even your maidservants. Thanks for coming here in person, Kishun. Tomorrow will really be enemies. I know it's too late to change anything. Tomorrow? Kishun stumbled over her words, trotted off, and turned around and left us as though she swallowed what she wanted to say.
사실 아가씨께서 여기로 발걸음한다고 하셨을 때 3번을 말렸습니다.
She expressed a wish to visit you herself. I made 3 attempts to talk her out of it.
저의 위치에서 3번이나
It was highly impertinent of someone of my station to advise against us 3 times. Yes, but I implore you all to know that her choice to come here was not an easy one.
실례인 질문일
I know this
수도
question can
있지만
sound a bit nosy,
그쪽
but
상황은 좀
are things okay over there?
괜찮으신가요?
We will face the trials to the best of our abilities. I wish with all my heart that our paths will not cross tomorrow.
동감이요.
And I share his sentiment.
저들과는
I wish not to ever bring harm to them, nor they to us in turn. Well, when anything's ever gone as we wished, eh? The Heathcliff sounded just as uneasy. I'll be right back. One moment. Just a moment. And I'm back. Intruders. Want to die? Oh, Zame too? You're all cursed? Oh, moon. Once it waxes, it wanes. Oh, water. Once it fills, it overflows. For all lights must go out, the night is still. Never said what the curse was. I had to. I couldn't let my Oshi go alone. But it's a real doozy. Explain the curse, Blade. For all lights must go out, the night is still. Time. Sharpen your senses. Hey, what are some known infiltration routes in this building that our enemies could use? Anywhere, really. As long as the assassin's willing to put their mind to it. There's been this one time when one of them suddenly appeared from under my bed. That sounds kind of terrifying. Grishu, who's leisurely puffing her cigarette as the sinners were looking around, full alert, suddenly pointed up. Up. Killing. Someone just landed above us. Oh, so if they're hiding in the ceiling, there must be more waiting for us just out the door. Honglu spoke casually, as though he was expecting to have them join us for tea or something. Well, you see, when you least expect it, you're gonna set something important down and forget it. Oh no! Impressive, you're pretty sharp. Sinners all whipped around and swung their weapons toward the voice, but the assassin dodged back with ease and began chugging from a gourd in his hand. Drunken? Wait, this smells like... That saw drinking on the job? Give me a break. I'm an old guy on the night shift. I say I deserve a drink. Our target's young master, Jia Baoyu. Let's kill him quick and call it a night. That... The enemies began flooding into the room. They don't let us sleep at all, ever.
대부분 분야에서 저는 최고의 성능을 내는 AI지만
Furtive
응원은 조금 더
Toe
준비
Dao
시간이 필요합니다.
Assailants.
공감의 영역은 잘 쓰지 않았던 기능이라 일단 먼지를 털어내야 하거든요.
They all prioritize Honglu. Okay. 50% HP at turn end. Unit. Failed to hit Honglu with a skill. Gain 1 attack power down next turn. At less than 70% HP at this turn. Okay. So they're all attacking Honglu.
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어.
Oh, this guy's part of my challenge.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는
Easier if I use the thing that wasn't charged.
쉽게 하지 않아요.
쟤네 좀 봐.
Oh, good.
속이 메스꺼워 보여.
I think they all have attack power down. Not my whip. No, I don't want my whip.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
피만 있으면 비켜!
창의적인 혁신. 그래도 가급적 전투 중에 떠올리진 않았으면 좋겠는데.
It's for mind whipping.
공격 범위 확인. 충격 최대치.
그래. 그렇게 시원하게 쳐.
지금 중순에가 큰 피해를
Oh,
입었습니다.
Honglu got hit? No, wait, Honglu's
그러나
bleeding.
아시다시피 우리는 앞으로 나아가기만 할 뿐 돌이킬 수 없어진 것은 눈길을 주지 않아도 된답니다.
Oh, being staggered.
아파 보여.
Donkey is staggered. Not good.
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 점검.
피만 있으면 비켜!
방금 건 아무 쓸모도 없었어. 바보.
Honglu staggered.
공간을 뭉갠다.
그간의 전투
I'm
경험
not getting much sanity, it feels like.
적합한 조치였습니다.
그래서 카론이 안전벨트 잘 하라고 했잖아.
Fluid sack would be nice, but I did not bring it.
방해물을 제거합니다.
연장 솜씨가 현란하죠?
Dima.
선물 만들고 도구 연습만 하는 거죠?
Hi. Kitty, kitty.
승객이 딱콩 한 번 먹였어.
Jump blood?
그다지 유쾌하진 않은 이제 그 도통 알아들을 수 없는
공간을 뭉갠다.
사원 수감자.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요.
So what are all the
당신이 생각하는 것
what are all the IDs you're using for that challenge?
제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
Haven't I? Really bad.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Takes you.
맘.
효율적으로
The two rules and IDs.
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다. 샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을
내가
기리며
눈에
축배를 드는 것도
새겨주지.
나쁘지 않겠죠.
What about for Hong Lu?
그다지 유쾌한
Glad Hong Lu dies. It didn't end. I know you think full stop. Oh, full stop.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
다음은 어디요?
We lived. We lived. Everyone, no, nobody died. Closer, some of them.
훌륭한 전시회였어. 하, 이걸 오히려 고맙다고 말해야 하나?
Night Ambush Part 2. It's a fish and a Catherine.
기차와 같이
That
달려나가겠어.
doesn't exist.
늦으면 내피랑 먼저 갈 거야.
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 점검.
의심, 암귀, 불안과 공포 그런 것들이 들끓을 때가 가장 취약하죠. 알아듣겠습니까? 지금이 적기라는 것입니다.
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어.
My so touch diaries are very low.
조용히.
Uh-oh.
비틀거리고 있는 개체가 보입니다. 이전까지 있었던 대부분의 관리자들은 이 타이밍에서 결정적인 일격을 지시하곤 했죠.
Everyone's charge.
방해물을 제거합니다.
Need to pull up two new ones so I can before Hong Lu. Yeah, I'm just gonna start them next week.
수감자가 되어
직원 중 하나가 큰 피해를 입었고 효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다.
Someone was saying earlier they got the
입에 발린 말싸움.
Rhodian one.
승리를 딱한방 먹였어.
전부 찢어버리겠어.
That Gregor like relies on crits. I believe they were saying.
교단의 전투는 쓸모가 없진 않았습니다. 적합한 조치였습니다.
Have to be discounted by next week because of spoilers. Yep.
방해물을 제거합니다.
Oh, I'm supporting Rhodian.
그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 어른 맛이 나. 우리 처리는 빠르게
I am.
방법이지.
Actually, I see spoilers so fast. If I don't beat it within a day, I usually end up getting spoiled.
이제 끌고 가도 될 것 같아.
Because my social media likes to show it to me. My algorithm.
공격권 파괴. 적에게 치명성을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을
공간을
가지고
제압 완료.
제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
Oh. So didn't die. Very close, very close. 31.
확실히 훌륭한 5번 수감자. 덕분에 위험한 순간도
Keeping all these guys to like 1 HP of their stagger threshold.
한결났네요.
우와, 카름도 깜짝.
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 점검.
피만 있으면 비켜!
Have to try break and getting nowhere. And everything you're using is like upside and leveled up. All the way. Yes, Eva? Hi.
우와,
toy.
카름도 깜짝.
Kitty kitty. Damage.
방해물을 제거합니다.
Are you winning? I'm winning, I'm winning.
설마 벌써
Using support for Rodian and Greg.
이제 가진 것은 이 전기밖에 없는데 이것까지
한결났네요.
Okay. That's that one done.
훌륭한 전시회였어. 하, 이걸 오히려 고맙다고 말해야
My
하나?
ambush. Okay, so it's still going. Oh wait, this one's story and battle. Battle and then story.
정리 시간이다.
Actual boss of this Canto. Wrong? Bug lug. Ooh, what? Still working on it. Seems like we are continually underestimated by our foes. VIII made a mistake. You didn't seriously think that we would be defeated by such a pathetic force, did you? Oh wow, pipe down. You're giving me an early hangover. Don't you compare us to that little troublemaker of the Shi family, will you?
조심하세요, 오티스.
Be careful, Otis. His combat capabilities are leagues beyond those of his companions. So that's why he's so sure of himself. See. Tell your name and allegiance. Really? You think I'd just tell you all of that if you ask nicely? Working in this line of business? I have no name nor allegiance to give you, friend. So I have no name to give. I have a title that others took the liberty of giving me. You tend to pick up one or two of those after surviving for so long. He who emerges with a liquor bottle, only to fade into the nightly shadow. The world has deigned to call him the Night Drifter of the Drunken Palm.
대부분 분야에서 저는 최고의 성능을 내는
Alright, what's he got?
AI지만 응원은 조금 더 준비 시간이 필요합니다.
50% HP recovered from stagger in this turn.
잘 쓰지 않았던
Fix this unit
기능이라
speed to 10 next turn. Jesus,
먼지를
it's fast.
털어내야 하거든요.
Now when you say fix to 10, my ability not work on that? The Drunken Fist, so be worried. True. Fire to the Hong Lu. Hit during the combat phase. 26 combat phase on pass loose. 50 damage on a skill. Deal 2% damage to every 1% everything on self. Damn. Max 100. 30%. Yeah, turn and if failed to hit Hong Lu with a skill, gains 3 offense level down next turn. At less than 70% HP, if failed to hit Hong Lu with a skill, gain 6 offense level up. Jesus. He's rock, but he's strong as fuck. Okay, this is the focus encounter too. I think I want to start with 2 Mind Whips.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Roll higher, please. Thank you. Need to get your sanity up. I didn't even check to see what the board does.
출력 퇴비치.
공간을 뭉갠다.
연장 솜씨가 현란하죠. 선물 만들고 도구 연습만 하는 것이요?
확실히 훌륭하군. 5번 수감자.
Attack stack 5, turn end at stack 3, heals 3% HP, core part. Turn end at 5 stack, gains 3 attack power up and 2 fragile next turn. Give me a random ID and I allow myself to do it for this one fight I'm stuck. They're using a high show pack, so maybe Dave at Sinclair. Unless you need a talisman or something. So I'll give you a different one. Maybe the talisman's work. Okay, that's what I figured. Think Merceau? Think Associate Merceau? Either that, either Think Associate Merceau or Davat Rodia. Think Merceau, yes. Rolling so low on all these. Okay, good, because I don't have to have Radia. Okay. Fair. Think Merceau it is. Definitely better than W Merceau. God, it's healing for a lot.
공격 범위 확인.
Wish I brought fluid sack. And I have him at 50. Perfect. Lucky, maybe I could dagger him before he could attack Honolulu, but it doesn't look like it.
참고로
Yay, unbreakable coins!
직원 중 하나가 큰 피해를 입었군요.
I love that. I love unbreakable coins so much.
우리는 앞으로 나아가기만 할 뿐 돌이킬 수 없어진 것은 눈길을 주지 않아도 된답니다.
No, that's not good.
다음은 어디요?
Why is he doing that? Why is he doing that? What the hell? Why?
치명상을 당한 직원이 있긴 합니다만 마음 아파할 필요는 없습니다. 죽음이 많을수록 회사는 더 발전해가고 있으니까요. 때론 잊혀지는 것들이
I feel like I should not be using charge here.
당신도 그러셨잖아요. 공격 범위 확인.
이제 가진 것은 이 청기밖에 없는데 이것까지.
Ishmael is not leveled up. He's Limbus too.
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹였어.
You have to go because you're going to win this fight first because spoilers? Okay, that's fair. Thank you for dropping by and hanging out. I will be streaming this the next 2 weeks as well. And yeah. Have a good rest of your night and enjoy the rest of the Canto. Yeah, good luck. Targeting Dom. Neutral, struggling.
내가 눈에 새겨주지. 그대에게 보이는 이 전기 불꽃이 무슨 색을 띠고 있는가?
야호. 이기는 편. 우리
1 HP, really? Right, go, go, go. Get his ass.
이제 가진 것은 이 청기밖에 없는데 이것까지.
But this one actually won that clash.
야호. 이기는 편, 우리 편.
Oh.
공격권 확인.
I think I maybe should have used that on him, but
인내 충전 최대치.
main boss, but it's fine. I need to go to. Oh, is everyone gonna lose? Surprisingly, Ishmael, with the underleveled one, won this clash. The clash. Oh, did we win? Oh, we won. He's not dead, but yeah, we won. Yay! You're next. And the last one. How strangely confident you are. Someone who has failed to protect her master. He doesn't know that the sinners can come back from death. Well, now that I've claimed young Master Bayu's life, I should be free to clock out. There's no coming back from a crushed brain. Real shame. Had he surrendered under my tutelage, he could have almost matched me in skill. And the intruder disappeared from the room without another word. So is Honglu dying just scripted then? And after a brief break, I revived the dead sinners. Who could have possibly sent him? Could be that GQ bullet from earlier. By the way, he was glaring at the rich boy. He wasn't the only one glaring daggers at Honglu, you know. Oh wait, you alright? Your brain's feeling funny. Ask him to turn the clock again. No, it's just that this feels new to me. Whenever I was attacked in here, this building felt so infinitely vast. But now that I'm here with all of you, it feels so crowded and alive. That's funny how. Well, imagine he's saying that he's happy we've got his back, to paraphrase.
이게 바로 소위 말하는 엘리트? 나 승진시켜 주시오, 관리자다니.
도련님, 떠나기 전 여하차를 다렸는데.
Young master, I have brewed some newer tea. Will you imbibe some before departing? No way. Honglu, remember how the envelope we received yesterday was torn open? Refuse it. I'm okay. I'd love some tea, Zirin. Thank you. Yes, young master. Honglu sips Zirin's tea. Tea could be poison. I know we have Dante here, but you're being too reckless. I wasn't being reckless on account of having Dante around. If I was, if it had really been poison, I'd be needlessly hurting Dante in the process. Even if she's become a lot less friendly, Zirin's still Zirin, so I thought it would be okay. That's when I realized that Zirin's odd change of character was reminiscent of those we'd seen earlier in the backstreets of District 8. Yes, Dougals? What's your question? Zirin went for a lot of revivals, didn't she? Yes. She's my closest maidservant, but she was on the most expensive version of life insurance. So when you say Zirin's still Zirin, you mean that her memories are intact? Yep, life insurance doesn't actually decay your memory. But still, you'll slowly He rode away. Like a stone weathering merciless guests in rainstorms, memory shrinks and shrinks, slowly losing its definition, till the form itself is lost. It only leaves the faint sensation that the stone was once there, until it was no more. Did Chalice ever tell her favorite pink-haired anime woman about you? I believe so. HR followed me earlier this morning because Chalice sent her the HR slime I drew. Why? Why do you ask? But I hope that faint sensation remains a warm remembrance of Zirin at least. Zirin quietly cleared away the tea set. Cannot tell if she had heard Hong Lu, or if she cared at all if she did. Regardless, we left her to her job and made our way to the palanquin that was waiting to take us to round 2 venue. I saw that Chalice sent the HR slime, and I wanted to see if anything became of that. Yeah, she gave me a follow. And Chalice was saying earlier that if me or Chalice are ever streaming when she ends stream, that she would raid into us. But I'm usually never streaming ever around that time, so it's probably never gonna happen. I did get a follow. That's nice. And I think Dora also liked her slime. When marching out to meet your foes in a deadly war, normally most sinners would have laughed Otis off for being overdramatic, but today they were all listening intently to her every word. We've already had several close run-ins with the candidates and their factions, and even the formidable Heisho pack. Those experiences were more than enough to convince us that this was the time to take her seriously. Nice? Yeah, very nice. We must first learn as much as possible about our primary foe. The one that poses us the greatest threat, if you will. And that is GQ. Let's list everything we've learned about that individual so far. We all know that he has no problem with blooding his own hands. Remember how he grabbed those decapitated heads? And we know that he tried to ensure that both our team and Jishun's wouldn't participate in the family hierarch war. We're also aware that he is flanked by Zilu, a mighty Heisho, and Zigong, a strategist. And it seemed like he was the one who sent the assassins from last night too, right? Yeah. We know that he's definitely wary of us, so we should stay on our guard. As we all know by now, Dangguan Huan is led by 4 ancient and great houses: the Jia, the Shi, the Shu, and the Wang. Ever since the times before my own birth, this place was a den of political intrigue, a jungle where a single misstep could spell your death. Today, the Jia family holds the most power and influence among the 4. Which means that I was at the top of the world, afforded a life of luxuries and leisure, the kind of envious life that everyone looks up to and aspires to attain. A big brother Q, he was beneath even the rock bottom of the same world. Rock bottom? Metaphor for aught, perhaps? If it isn't, then I presume he's implying that someone pushed Jia Q to the depths. Yes. Many hands pushed him toward the cliff, until there was no more room for him to back up to. His only remaining choice was to plummet. Brother Q is the last surviving descendant of the annihilated Kong family. Oh. Yet his surname was Jia, was it not? His mother was from the Kong family. Ah, how? My hand was probably one of the many that pushed him off the cliff. I don't think you're the kind of person to do something like that, Hong Lu. No need to make excuses for me. Envy and jealousy came about from my grandmother and the elders' favoritism. And where there is a Zenith, so exists a Nader. Hiding won't let me get away from it, but I'm going to accept it. Hong Lu remained placid for the entire reveal, as though he was making some innocent commentary about the weather and clouds going by. Fact. Watch out for the ones working at the farm too. It was Ryoshi who appeared more agitated than he was. The farm? Oh, that walking brick shit house from earlier? They hang. You're really worried about Ryoshi. Don't you usually just... It's because he's powerful. Silence descended in the palanquin. Has Ryoshi ever called anyone straight up powerful before? No one replied. So the thumb's our biggest worry then. Fine. Old Age Core. We have arrived at the venue for the second round of the evaluation. We found ourselves in some kind of deep subterranean area with multiple lifts installed inside it. Some contestants were already writhing on those lifts. Most of them had elected to remain down here to quietly and furtively discuss their strategies. As for us, we were slowly getting used to our presence drawing the attention of every single person in the room. The moment we entered, contestants must now each board their lifts and ascend. Well then, should we get going too? I feel like we're drawing way too much attention, so let's... But we were stopped by a voice calling us. Lin Dai-yu. One Hong Lu saw earlier. I think this is the one he actually... Big brother Baiyu. Ah, Baiyu. Have you been well? From Bao Chai's clan. I've seen a child who looked just like her a few times in Hong Lu's memories. I remember her beaming at Hong Lu as she made a mound of petals with one hand. And now she looked down at him with a discernible emotion, spear in the very same hand. Baiyu, I didn't think you'd be participating in the family hierarch war. Oh my god, it finally happened. Huh? What? What finally happened? They reprinted Super Nintendo? No fucking way. It took them this long? I'm pre-ordering? Okay, that's fine. I'm surprised. I'm honestly really surprised. Wow, we can finally have the whole mansion. Except for Roswell, because they haven't made a Roswell one. My sweet baby boy can finally have him. Yes. I'm gonna drink some water quick. Have you forgotten that my family cannot exist unless we are in service of a greater houses? I am but a blade serving a clan from the Zhu family. I see. Her big sister Bai Chao's family. Yes. I will be fighting in the service of others to the last of my days. Baiyu. Hong Lu took a step toward her, but she raised her hand and pushed him away. It was not a threat, for her gesture carried such implicit resoluteness that it brought Hong Lu to a stop. Baiyu, I'll be departing the Guan soon. The others have commanded me to leave here and experience more of the world. You're leaving the Guan? So you leave me now. You're refusing to illuminate me the truths about that day. Why? Why won't you stop smiling like that? Then, I hope you'll never come back here again. We shared an intimate bond once, yet all is for naught. Now I am unbound by the heavens, unbound by the dirt. Still lies this heart of mine now, with emptiness wrought. The blossom may be lovely now, but its wilting sharpens the blade of woe, the blade of hurt. Our meeting never should have come to pass. You always say things that are so difficult and saddening to hear. My own funeral was held long ago, and now, having met you for the final time, when we meet our ends here, may we each become a lone thread of formless smoke, be scattered to the September 2025. Wow, that's actually pretty soon. I'm surprised. I'm surprised it's that soon. That's cool though. I'm gonna cry. Okay, you'll finally come home. With that, Dai walked away from us. Looks like I forgot to introduce her to everyone. She's someone with whom I had a brief connection in my childhood, though I guess our reunion was made under pretty unfavorable circumstances. If she has come here in service of another candidate, it means that we'll be enemies the next time we meet. Issei trailed off about vocalizing a sentiment inside. Connections are such fickle things, after all. Honglu muttered with a faint hint of loneliness as we entered the grand lift, enclosed by 4 pillars. The lifts rise ploddingly. When I looked down, I could see the other candidates still waiting for their lifts, looking up at us. Candidates whose fates may or may not intermingle with our own in this battle. Jia Baoyu, you will never leave this place alive. No matter what it takes, we will cut off your head. No matter what it takes. Someone screams bitterly from beneath us, but the lift does not stop. Young Honglu. Are we the battle villains henceforth in this quest? But to them, we are the villains. Then are they to be evil in our eyes? It's this distinction without a difference. Well, whichever is the case, I'm pretty sure that trying to draw a clear line between enemies and allies won't mean much. It seems that we finally arrived at our destination. As the lift slowed down. Going to bed, love you, babe, see you soon. I love you too. I'm pretty sure I'm near the end of this. Why is it still there? Like an Easter egg. Oh, you can't see it because it's behind my head, but it's something from Lobotomy Core. We were greeted by a sight that, at first glance, appeared as though it belonged outside, but we were still clearly within the confines of Hongwan. Underneath the blue sky were 2 metal gates leading into a massive looming structure. Red lights flickered ominously around the building. Looks like they decorated this huge space to look like the outside. Can't even fathom how much money they must have poured into this project. Family Hierarchy Evaluation Round 2. A disembodied voice echoed from the speakers with a buzz. Begins now. The door to the lift that carried us up here closed shut. Hello. Finally recognize where we are. You've been here before? This place is the site of the former H-Corps that was once headed by the Kong family. Oh, the Kong family was... I see. This place still bleeds from the wounds made then. I wonder if we will be spilling fresh blood over them today. So the Kong family was the one who was originally in power in H-Corps. And then they broke a taboo of the city, causing the Arbiters to pretty much massacre everyone. We are surrounded by the loud and crowded bustle of the teeming audience. Is Honglu smiling still, as he always has since our first meeting? Turn around to face him. Decapitated head. Only to see a much younger Honglu. Deep sorrow in the child's eyes was about to overflow, as if he were ready to burst into tears. So, he a child then when Gary and did what she did. And that's it. We're done for the day. We're done for the week. We have more Limbus Company next week. And the week after that. So we'll go ahead and call it here then. See who we can raid into. And then, of course, I don't know when next stream would be. If we do Baldur's Gate, it'll be on Saturday. If it's not, if we don't, then I'll post a schedule on Saturday. We consider streaming for 5 more hours, but what do I stream? I don't know what to stream. Oh, I know. We could raid it to Renard. He's also playing Limbus. Wait, where is he though? Let me open his stream first. Okay, he's about halfway. I mean, he's been streaming for 4 hours, so he might be stopping soon too. Where's Ray Renard anyway? Okay. I will. Bye-bye, guys. Don't you want to chat with the homies for 5 hours? I do. But I mean, the homies gotta chat back. Most of the stream was silent.